Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome or welcome back. Today we're going to be playing a game called Tiny Bunny. I'm pretty sure it's like a psychological horror visual novel. I've only played one other visual novel, and that was Slay the Princess, and I really fucking liked it. So I'm going to try another one. Let's jump right in. All right. I really hope they have voice acting in this, but it wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing, and arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves there was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12, after all. Still.
Убери книгу немедленно! Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials.
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as if this would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. It looked like a jellyfish from the Cousteau Odyssey. Cousteau? I love that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is, or how cold the black forest is at night. Spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
Что я говорила?
Я достану.
I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this? Carved on the other side of the table. Karina. Ah, that's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal, damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? Nah, she's been in a bit of a mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Were the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagine my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting on the edge of her bed while Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice.
Тайга — особое место, дитятка. Она к тебе присматривается, принюхивается,
Grandma's got some hairs.
словно хочет понять, что ты за зверь такой. Понравишься, в беде не бросит. А будешь проказничать, схватит за бочок и утащит с собой под землю. Тут и дело с концом.
Grandma was caring. She never followed anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. I waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive, only all of the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olya was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса! Где?
It looked almost like those optical illusion thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look at a certain angle,
Да не на улице, на стекле. Смотри, вот нос, вот.
Ну-ка, доедай.
Да, сейчас. Я ничего не вижу.
Живо. Совсем немного осталось.
Вот. Но все равно не похоже. А я говорю, похоже. Не-а. Похоже.
Прекратите! Ну что за дети?
it disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty pattern, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come on, shave it off, it stings." That was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olya always covers her ears when she hears something like, "What's the point in all this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake," my dad would reply, "for the sake of our family." I always caught every sound, in fear of hearing the most dreaded, the deadliest word that started with a D. D-I-V-O. I don't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken into two different families.
Да что твоя лиса? Вот у меня на окне сова.
Опять ты со своей совой.
Так ты же вчера мне верил.
Никто ключи от машины не видел?
Notice how there's tons of games that talk about how hard life is once you have a family and kids and everything. They don't make the movies or games about people that never had kids and they're actually happy with their lives.
Вроде оставлял
Just
на
doesn't sell, I
подоконнике.
guess.
Вроде. Вроде оставлял, вроде нет. Вроде взрослый мужчина, отец двоих детей, а вроде...
Yikes, Mom.
Перестань, пожалуйста, Карина. Дай мне спокойно собраться.
В корзине твои ключи, возле телефона.
See how easy that was?
Огромное тебе человеческое спасибо. Антон, ешь быстрее, а то как мученик сидишь.
А сова?
Не было там никакой совы.
Была!
Don't crush your dreams in little innocence.
Глазюки огромные! Во! И светятся!
Olya sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, the size of an apple each.
В прошлом году бабай в шкафу, сейчас сова?
Babai? Is that like a demon? Babai, in Slavic folklore, a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill-behaving children.
Но я же видела!
Olya shifted her gaze back and forth from dad to mom to me, but couldn't find any support.
А ты не думала подружиться с ней, нет? Вымышленными мышами покормить, например?
Не подначивай ребенка. Просто мала еще, и спать одна боится.
Olya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under. Dad just left, snorted in reply. Oops, backwards. Ringing it with the keys he just found. A minute had passed and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on incredibly worn out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Olya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up in a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped to take your mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. And then Olya said she saw that giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. My parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olya refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures, cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, a pair of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if someone completely different creature were looking at me from behind the flat black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down? Stomp on me with their bloody shoes? The damn school can burn for all I care. I just wished for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who were just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across these drawings hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. A small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagined my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. House creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners on the closet cobwebs and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family, with their ashen eyes, were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then I realized I was, in fact, hearing the music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind of the creaking old house and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing it there amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Someone was dancing in the field. This art style is really fucking cool. Black silhouettes I could barely make out with the dark forest of their backdrop as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into their shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of the perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guests move and scrape around, looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with the blankets as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remembered the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head, pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs. Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets and she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure. And now, lying under the blanket and listening to the squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words.
На острове Буяне, в синем океане, стоит домовина, в ней сало и глина, волосы седые, чертям еда, раба Божьего Антона не тронут никогда. Бесы запутают дорогу к дому. Мертвый к мертвому, живой к живому.
Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked up from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like a hanged man. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hurriedly clawing at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest, intently, as if looking for someone.
Мертвое к мертвому. Живое к живому.
I hugged my knees, placed my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. Then it turned halfway, once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more, and then started clicking violently. My jaw cringed in fear, and my wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness writhed inside the coniferous mouth of the doorway. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me,
Ты спишь, Тоша?
My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief.
Оля, я не сплю. Что случилось?
Oya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign she was about to cry.
Она опять прилетела и пялится на меня. Прогони ее, Тоша. Прогони, пожалуйста. Я так боюсь.
The fear that was tormenting me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Oya down.
Это был сон, глупая. Не пугайся. Сны не кусаются. Никто тебя не обидит.
Oya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me, but was I sure myself?
У меня есть идея. Пойдем к тебе в комнату, видик посмотрим. Спящую красавицу, например. Тебе же нравится этот мультик? Почему у спящей красавицы принца у меня эта страшная птица?
That question took me by surprise.
Ладно, давай посмотрим Золушку.
My thoughts became a tangled fuzzy. What was that? What stunned me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair.
Тоша, ты идешь? Да, сейчас.
That's why I didn't want to laugh at Oya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here, in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guest could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains, where Oya always hides.
Тоша, подойди-ка сюда.
Felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smelled like frost and worry. My mama always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars, worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused.
Здравствуйте.
The senior officer, who wore a grim expression, nodded.
Тут мальчик вчера потерялся. Вовой зовут. Глянь, пожалуйста. Ты его не видел?
The policeman held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile.
Нет.
Точно? Посмотри внимательнее.
Где мне его видеть? Я тут никого не знаю, да и из дома-то почти не выхожу.
А может, видел в окно?
Да, у тебя ведь окна на лес.
The window.
Нет, не видел.
Ясно.
He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt, which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
Вы, кстати, как на новом месте? Попривыкли уже?
Понемногу, только вот дочка маленькая по городу скучает.
Скучает, значит. Из местных вас никто не беспокоит?
Все хорошо, спасибо.
The policeman pierced through me one more time with his brown eyes. My head started spinning.
Может, вам помочь как-то?
I asked that in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end the unpleasant conversation sooner.
Я вот стою и думаю. Ты, малец, на племеша моего похож. Шустрый парнишка твоих лет. С такими же окулярами. Все книжками зачитывался. Детективами.
I called my glasses goggles too.
Когда летом погостить приезжал. Говорит, что в школу милиции мечтает поступить. Как я. Хотел людям помогать. Смекаешь?
I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
Ох, ребятушки. Сидите-ка вы лучше дома. Не ввязывайтесь ни во что. Жизнь сейчас совсем другая пошла.
Mom interjected in a cold voice.
Мне ли не знать?
Ну да ладно. Ты, Антон, в каком классе учишься?
В 6-м.
Друзей-то на новом месте еще не завел?
Пока нет. Я только после каникул в школу пойду.
Тогда вот вам на всякий случай мой номер. Звоните, если узнаете что.
The policemen were gone, along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne and the photo of a smiling boy. His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone, there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did his poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I'd gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually?
Мам, а Вова этот в нашем лесу заблудился?
Выходит, что так. Бедный ребенок.
I looked out the window at the road. The police UAZ drove off toward the village. A Soviet and Russian off-road freight passenger car brand which produced in the Ulyanovsk factory. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've read this summer. I don't want to look at all these, I don't think. Series of contemporary Russian original or translated teen mystery books. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mystery there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footsteps that led to the forest, and then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. And I'll get a reward. Oya will be so happy. And not only Oya, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. I fantasized about buying Oya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. And a whole box of Kinder Surprise. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. My dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about it. Accountant, a song by an all-female Soviet pop band by the name of Kombinatsiya, combination that became widely popular in the 90s. I had little to no idea what the accountant's job like. What was the accountant's job like? Okay. They count money, I think. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Oya. Sometimes I gave her my share too. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak. I couldn't wait to go out looking for clues.
Пойду погуляю.
Ага, сейчас. Чтобы потом милиционеры с твоей фотографией по домам ходили. Лес вон какой густой. А если мальчика звери дикие утащили? Или того хуже?
Even worse, echoed through the hallway.
Да я рядом буду. В лес не пойду.
Что я тебе сказала? Мне дважды повторять. Лучше портфель собери или соли поиграй.
The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over and Mom had the last word. Let's go.
Антон! Сейчас ремня получишь. Ни шагу за порог.
The dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Oya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Babai is living there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Oya count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me. And then drag her feet on the creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. What we got? Grandma kept ice cream for me and Oya there, but now I can only see meat bits for souping clumped together. Pelmeni. I grew to hate them already. A Russian variety of dumplings made by boiling thin, unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. One may even call it Russian fast food. What the fuck is that?
Мам, там что-то с телевизором случилось. Картинка какая-то тусклая, и экран весь в полосах.
Mom's face became visibly distorted.
Без ножа меня режешь. Дострелялся в уток своих. Говорила же, посадите мне кинескоп своей приставкой. Где мы теперь мастера найдем в дыре этой, а?
Может быть, просто настройки сбились? Сходи, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Нормально же работал с утра.
Из-за снегопада, наверное, неполадки.
Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olya's room. Out this bitch. Yeet. Opened the front gate and went into the field. Carefully, so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half of the distance towards the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remember my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there, distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling in the snow alongside me. In a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. So silent I felt the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olga. Time reached its limit, a one-way trip that ended at the forest boundary of a stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Oya turned to stone, listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Oya present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home. Something scary filled the remaining world. It was as if a fire broke out. Our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with dead, cold eyes who sometimes visit us in our previous home. The eyes that only saw balls and worms in the background and everything. And somewhere far away, a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There were only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in the contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging from one of the pointy branches. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, then I almost got to the edge of the forest. I saw it hidden. It looked like a wounded bird among a hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? Their senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Broken Lights. A Russian mystery TV series telling a story of the daily life of Russian police officers. It's the longest running series in the history of Russian TV at the moment. He was also always anxious, with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Will his mitten help them find the lost boy? Bova. I heard a distant shout, like it came from the river. As if the trees were calling out to someone. Someone was standing there, behind the trees, hiding. I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness. How has it been unnaturally toward the ground? Its blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just in my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. The shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but then I turned my gaze back to the same place. It was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. My muscles were tightly sprung, my heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket in the night spring. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Definitely taking that shit. I decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. I don't feel like yelling. A shout rumbled across the field and resolved into the distance. No echo, no roar. I stepped forward to the bristling trees and tried to put my line. It didn't budge. I pulled harder, the branch back, and the bait tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking, and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny stream between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of cracking branches invaded the silence. I didn't have to think twice before running away. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with great, giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down, crazy thoughts. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. One more voice, probably the one reason, gave me strength and spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. Her animal was behind me. It felt like the sound had come from attack from the beast rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoop. A wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dry graduate, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. I slipped out of the hole and my soles were on the hard surface of it. I reached the clear path with one jump in the air and ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening enough. The house was my line of defense with the shadows that flattened the creatures that avoided me in the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks. As if a dog was striking the mold with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in the front yard and my mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and obediently gave away. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad.
Что конкретно тебе не ясно в просьбе не хлопай дверьми?
Я случайно.
I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone, and the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place. Of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in the spring, and with it the last bit of strength I had left my body too. My legs gave way. I popped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow.
Ты где был? Я тебе что говорила, а? Чтобы ты дома сидел. Я и для тебя пустое место.
Damn, Mom. I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel, her voice rang out.
У отца сигареты пропали. Признавайся, ты их стащил? Курить бегаешь?
Там за мной кто-то гнался. Я думал, меня...
I started as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant, and she covered her mouth with her hand.
Гляди, вон же они. Прямо у забора.
My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratching at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window, facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in the snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Божечки, ты их испугался? Да они сами тебя перепугаются, Антон.
Они гнались за мной, словно за зайцем. А вдруг они бешеные?
The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them.
Что если они нападут на Олю?
Мам,
Вот бы твой отец их всех перестрелял.
мама, они живые.
А что? Ты уж определись, они тебе друзья или враги? Не маленький ведь уже.
Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner so that just to keep myself from crying. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course. A dark and sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom.
Мам, смотри, это Вовина варежка. Ну того, про которого утром милиция спрашивала. Она вся в крови, на дереве висела. Вон там, могу показать. Давай в милицию скорее позвоним, как нас участковый просил. Мам, гляди!
Фу!
A shadow of doubt slowly crept onto Mom's contorted face, as if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the image slips away.
А ну-ка прекрати сейчас же. Оля тебя услышит, с ума сойдет.
Oh shit. Shared it. Okay.
Еще и ты со своими шуточками.
At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникер. Да не стой столбом. Вот, таблетку на. Быстро пей.
A golden-colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell on
Я
my
уже
palm.
пил сегодня, за завтраком.
Попререкайся мне еще.
Do we have like some mental illness like schizophrenia or anything?
Сказала дома сидеть, нет же. Был бы отец, выпорол. Сейчас же выпей, а то ночью не уснешь. Тебе ведь в школу завтра.
So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all, just like the forest monsters. And Oya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Антон, выпил? Можешь, если захочешь. Раздевайся. Уснул, что ли?
Нет, мам, просто задумался.
Интересно, о чем же?
Так, глупости всякие.
Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son, not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально? У тебя такое лицо было, когда милиционер про окно спросил.
Все нормально, мам.
She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Oya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to the other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Lago's voices died down. I walked past Oya's bedroom and slipped on into my own. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten there. This simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed, and only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to the medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets.
Оля?
Who else would be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried up lips.
Оля, очень смешно.
The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached toward the curtains, my heartbeat controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains.
Попался! Да я сразу понял, что это ты.
A blindingly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, my dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, "But Dad, she's not some flashlight." But I brought her to the window one day and sunlit light poured onto her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light, woven child.
Да ну!
Что ты спрятал?
She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice.
Ничего, просто...
Oya ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked,
Ты что-то украл и теперь прячешь? Ты вор?
Что? Глупая. Ничего я не крал.
A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind black trees. Oya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Покажи тогда.
Поклянись, что никому не скажешь. Тогда покажу.
Oya wore a plotting smile,
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
an oath she had heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we've watched. Yeah.
Не говори так.
Oya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Oya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic critter.
Это чья-то варежка?
She said that as if she couldn't understand what she
Один
saw.
мальчик потерял. И сам потерялся. Теперь понимаешь, как опасно гулять в лесу, особенно детям?
Ему, наверное, там очень холодно. Его найдут?
Обязательно. Участковый по домам ходит, всем фотографии его показывает.
Oya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window.
А почему он по домам ходит, а не по лесу? Боится?
The question caught me off guard.
Милиционеры ничего не боятся. И лес они прочесали.
Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later, for me? I changed the topic, as if trying to get Oya as far away as possible from the forest thicket.
Если я сам найду пропавшего мальчика, нам, может, награду дадут. Кучу всякого, как в поле чудес. Клёво же.
Oya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her.
А что, если эта сова его утащила?
Ерунда. Не может сова поднять человека. Ну вот что...
I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain.
Ты в лес не суйся. Мне кажется, он какой-то... Как бы сказать... Проклятый, что ли?
Как в сказке?
Нет, скорее, как на той страшной кассете, что родители прячут.
Oya shivered and stole a glance out the window.
Я видела, как ты убегал. За тобой кто-то гнался?
Нет, просто, чтобы мама не волновалась, спешил домой.
As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind, and her small fire would be gone.
Хорошо тебе. Меня вот мама не пускает даже на крыльцо. Как принцесса в башне сижу. Никуда не могу выйти. Так и умру тут от скуки.
Не придумывай. От скуки еще никто не умирал. У тебя же есть я и мультики, а мама с папой скоро помирятся.
Знаешь, что бы я загадала на следующий день рождения? Чтобы родители тоже в детей превратились. И мы бы все вместе играли, как раньше.
Sad.
Ага, а если бы они стали размером с жука, то мы бы их в спичечный коробок посадили.
Oya giggled and tugged at my sleeve.
Тоша, пойдем Аладдина смотреть.
Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy.
Вымотался я. Что-то не хочется.
Ну пойдем. Мне скучно одной, а мама занята все время. Можно выбрать другой мультик, который ты еще не видел.
Да я все наши кассеты наизусть знаю.
А вот и не все. Ты Питера Пэна не видел. Помнишь, ты уснул на середине? А там потом такое. Ну пойдем, пойдем.
Just go hang out with your sister, man. You can sleep in there.
Давай попозже.
Рассказать тебе, чем все закончилось?
Утром расскажешь.
Утром не захочу. Придумала. А давай в прятки.
Нет, Оль.
Тогда нарисуй мне динозавра.
Оля, блин.
Нарисуй, нарисуй.
Да оставь ты меня в покое!
Damn. I blurted it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken aback. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Oya stared back at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Oya from crying.
Ладно, уболтала. Давай смотреть мультики. Только недолго.
Уже не хочу.
I came up to her, put my hand on her soft head.
Пойдем. Питера Пэна посмотрим.
Ага, ты опять уснешь.
I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless.
Не усну, обещаю. А потом я тебе целого трицератопса нарисую.
Ура! Трипи-цирипопса!
Ну, почти.
Oya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas, and a shining smile returned to her face.
Давай ты пока кассету перемотаешь, а я у мамы попрошу сгущенки с хлебом. Только утром свежий привезли, как ты любишь.
Неси, только аккуратнее, а то разольешь. Опять ругаться будут.
Спорим, не разолью. Кассета где-то в тумбочке. Поищи пока.
Oya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the buttons on the front panel. The two more buttons, familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy, resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently I had used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I catch this channel again? On the other hand, Oya had asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. I sifted through the shelves full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. I found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. I got the black rectangle from its box. The tape inside it rustled with rewinding at the beginning. This rustle was lulling me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Oya flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I notice that the clouds underneath us part, burying the bristly pine tops. Swampy darkness slurped among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us and Oya.
Ты не без меня.
My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes.
Нет, садись.
Мама с папой опять ругаются.
У них сейчас период такой.
Глупый какой-то период.
I agree, Olia. Rough times are lame. On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Oya was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana.
Может, и нам родители собачку купят?
Ага, как же.
В Небыляндии у меня будет своя собственная собака. И кошка. И попугайчик.
Oya smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me.
А у тебя все молочные зубы выпали?
Конечно.
Oya frowned, deep in thought.
У Питера Пэна зубы молочные. Вдруг со взрослыми зубами тебя не пустят в его страну?
Мы что-нибудь обязательно придумаем.
Попросим папу исправить тебе возраст в паспорте.
С чего это папа будет документы подделывать?
Oya took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full.
Будет. Мама говорила, что он так делал. А я подслушала.
Смотри, уши вырастут, как у Дамбо.
Oya got worried and touched her ear. I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watched the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and James Hook, as if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where no one ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору задерни!
Зачем? Никто же на тебя не смотрит.
Уже темно, а когда темнеет, прилетает сова. Я боюсь.
I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. I did my best not to look outside toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from the shadows of branches scraping the snow.
Тоша, мама думает, что я напридумывала про сову. И папа считает, что раз я маленькая, это значит врушка. А сова есть. Вот честная-пречестная, есть она. Ты же мне веришь, что она там и каждую ночь прилетает
Just
и...
stay with her one night and fucking look at it. It's that easy. I swiftly grabbed Ollie's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. Did I really have those qualities?
Я тебе верю, слышишь? Ты только родителям больше не рассказывай про сову. У них и так хлопот по горло, они только рассердятся. Ты мне говори, если что случится. И в окно не смотри.
Но она хочет, чтобы я смотрела.
Перехочет. Притворись, что ее нет и не было никогда, что она выдумка, как родители говорят. Ей ждать надоест, она улетит.
We followed Peter Pan's adventure as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Oya's eyelids had dropped, and she started snorting lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. I stood up and left Oya's room. I was looking out the window, studying the field, when Mom peeked into my room.
Довольно баловства. Завтра первый день в школе. Ложись, тебе надо выспаться. Не хочешь же ты, чтобы тебя все дразнили Соней?
Adults think everything is so simple, as if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I cover myself with a blanket up to my neck and listen to the house humming, to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Something ethereal, entity, wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on and on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. It has come, after all. The day I feared most, the first day of a new school term. I really like this dark undertones of this game so far. I didn't realize it was going to be such, like, no dialogue. Besides in the Russian, I thought they were going to speak for me at least, but so hopefully my reading's not annoying. You'd probably prefer me not to, but I've already gone this far. Might as well keep it up. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates who I always have trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning, the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. I did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I needed to hurry, faster, faster. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between the floorboards. I needed to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity hop like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as someone being led off up to the scaffold toward a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on two floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up the stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being in a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate, invited me into my new life, towards dubious adventures, and tagged alone, like an old buddy, pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines throughout covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin fire break, my hair ruffled up, my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of the intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of saggy old women that smelled of buried burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. But the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with my dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like a black doe. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now, I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listened closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger. As if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel.
Есть здесь кто?
The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think I was going through the forest was a good idea? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from my home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road. I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports bathed in the spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest, then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could, from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected." But they're talking about tag. Kids get more, tag other players, touching them, making it. It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. It almost felt like its features deterred lights. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear and even got closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice.
Чего крадешься? Душу мою украсть хочешь?
Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here, between the forest and the dormant village?
Чего молчишь, несмышленыш? Язык вырвали? Слушай, а я тебе еще и нос откушу.
Будешь знать, как совать его в чужие дела.
A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. From the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring straight at me. It's just her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't blinking. A mask. It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face.
А я... Просто в школу иду, а тут ты.
Что я? Никогда не видел, как лиса собаку кормит?
And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably.
Извини, я не хотел.
After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
Значит, не хотел. Ну-ну. Как тебя зовут?
Меня Антон. А тебя?
А меня нет.
Horrible joke. She's weird. Definitely has a couple of loose screws. But she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know who was definitely human. No, was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking through the darkness without problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asked me about my friends at my new place, I'll tell them that I befriended a talking
Ты
fox.
здесь живешь? В поселке?
She spun around so hard that the hem of her coat lifted up.
Нет, глупый. Лисы не живут в поселках.
Хочешь сказать, ты живешь в лесу?
Из какой норы ты вылез? Конечно! Лисам среди людей не выжить. Пока они лисы.
Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask. Paper mache with fur glued into it. The dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. What the fuck? He called it a gift from the bunny. Treat from the bunny, the uneaten part of business lunch or a treat specifically brought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal. A squirrel, a bear, for example. The stray strolled toward me with mincing footsteps with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry.
Зачем ты так вырядилась с утра пораньше? На утренник идешь?
The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose, and her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation, you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter hidden underneath the beastly mask.
Видел бы ты свою маску, сладенький.
Did she say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went right up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in the zoo once when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, was gray and skinny. But this girl was of fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers that were searching for the dog's treat stumbled upon some soft, crumpled object.
Ничего. Скоро проснутся настоящие звери. Спроси-ка лучше у них, где они взяли свои человеческие лица.
The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat, and the fox just snorted. Now, I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't know.
Так ты в школу идешь?
Ах, ну какой же дурачок! Так ничего и не понял.
Well, I was just trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me, calling me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog.
А ты чего обзываешься? Не хочешь отвечать, и пожалуйста. Никто не требует.
Still, something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dark figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn.
Ой, да не дуйся. Гляди-ка лучше. Ты нравишься Жульке.
The dog was digging through snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of the nearby house as its timbered front through the wild white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light.
И не только ей.
I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. Cleared my throat before asking.
А кому еще я нравлюсь?
I waited, counting my heartbeat. Fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What is it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. A certain missing boy immediately came to mind.
Эй, ты знаешь что-нибудь про Вову?
I imagined the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy, who when found can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday and when our parents promised to take me and Oya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. If only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love and take them to Disneyland.
В ночь, когда пропал Вова, я, кажется, видел, как кто-то похожий на тебя плясал под моим окном.
It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out.
А что, ты тогда испугался? За себя или кого-то еще?
Oh yeah, as soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Ну так слушай меня внимательно, мальчик по имени Антон. Это большой и страшный лес.
Fox Girl stepped forward menacingly.
И я не единственный его обитатель. Другие звери уже знают о тебе. Берегись нас. Этой ночью мы опять придем.
I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking.
Пока ты со своей семьей будешь спать, подкрадемся близко-близко и станцуем. Макарену!
Чё?
Эй, Макарена! У тебя прямо челюсть отвисла, Антоша! Видел он меня ночью у своего окна, ага, как же! А ты случаем не местный дурачок?
Oh, dimwit. Dimwit's crazy, bro. That's funny as fuck.
Меня не отпускают гулять так поздно. Здесь, знаешь ли, дети пропадают.
I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death.
Ой, да не тереби ты окуляры свои. Я раньше тоже близорукой была. Лучше послушай меня. Может быть, ума наберешься. Лисичку как обычно называют?
Плутовка?
My words seemed to hurt her.
Ох ты ж! Да как ты меня?
Ой, прости.
Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells.
Да шучу я! Конечно, плутовкой. Если ты ловкий и смелый, не боишься с плутовкой водиться, я, так и быть, помогу разыскать этого Вову. Ты же неспроста его ищешь, да?
I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming.
Знаю, почему дети повадились соваться в наш лес. Порой там можно найти много всякого интересного. Я вот однажды нашла целый сугроб конфет и купалась в нем. Да так, что челюсть слиплась.
A pile of candy. I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, a fake one this time.
Посмотрите-ка, какой недоверчивый. Ну-ну, а что ты на это скажешь?
She held out her hand in a furry mitten. There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like these were sold at markets or in kiosks. Why is there a word for kiosk like we're fucking Americans don't know what a kiosk is? So this is set in the 90s, clearly. They keep referencing the 90s. Or this creator's a 90s kid. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was written on it. Turbo. A triangular fox face poked her nose toward me.
Угощайся. У меня их полные карманы.
You always take candy from strangers. I accepted the treat and catching a whiff of the girl's smell. Fur, fireworks, and citrus. The smell of holidays. My fingers tingled while I was carefully unwrapping the gum. Peachy aroma entered my nostrils, and something else, something unfamiliar, but pleasant. The fruity cube ended up in my mouth. I started moving my molars, chewing the gum. I feel like we shouldn't have taken that. Her face changed, too. It tasted like your usual Turkish gum, only my tongue went a bit numb. Couldn't believe my luck after opening the insert. Inserts games, the type of games where players put bubblegum inserts onto their palm and try to flip it by throwing it in the air. The player who happens to flip one or more inserts claims them as their prize. Okay. I looked at a Mercedes-Benz, an extremely rare and hence desirable collector's item for any boy from my previous neighborhood. My heart skipped a beat. I was barely able to tear my eyes off the insert, still stunned.
Это же... Это...
Теперь понял, что можно найти в лесу? Только на твоем месте я бы туда в одиночку не ходила. Тебе вон от жвачки в забу дыханье сперла. А представляешь, что с тобой будет, если найдешь чемодан таких фантиков? Голову напрочь снесет, и пиши пропало.
Unusual treats. Just like everything else about her. I carefully hid the insert in my bag, as if I was putting a rare butterfly in a can. The fox giggled. This is not how things are supposed to go on a Monday morning. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway, or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl.
Может, Вова тоже нашел сугроб сладостей и теперь кувыркается в нем? Слушай, вдруг он решил остаться в лесу? Тогда, наверное, ему очень холодно в одной варежке.
The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Или с ним что-то случилось в пути. Что-то страшное.
The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes again.
Дикие звери?
Это, по-твоему, страшно?
Ну, не знаю.
Не знает. Уж не с двоечником ли я подружилась?
I didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded nice.
Я хорошист.
My grades are good. Get the fuck out of here. School hasn't started yet.
Бел да пушист. Пойдешь со мной, хорошист Антон? Найдем твоего Вову и сам его спросишь, что он нашел в этой пуще.
She's gotta be bad, right? Like evil. She's being sly and cunning.
Ведь пока мы вместе, никто тебя в лесу не тронет.
I don't trust you.
Вот увидишь.
Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered my mind.
Я тебе не верю.
Ты думаешь, я врунья? Да и пожалуйста, мне никогда никто не верит.
The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. The gum felt bitter now. I remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me.
Не обижайся, пожалуйста. Лисы бывают и добрыми. Ну, как в сказках. Мне бы только понять, что ты за лиса.
The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands.
Тогда пойдем со мной в лес, и ты все обо мне узнаешь. Но не сейчас, а когда рассветет. А то тебя, бедного, всего аж потряхивает. Того и гляди, кондрашка хватит.
That's nice of you.
Айда, провожу тебя до школы.
Yeah, come to school. First day of school, I bring a fucking talking fox that'll win some kids over. After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me.
Ну, если тебе по пути...
We went toward the school in the lost dawn. Here and there, the lights came on in the windows of houses we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of gray smoke rose from chimneys, TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while carefully treading those snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one, she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up some something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence.
Так как тебя зовут?
Ну конечно. Имена, имена, имена. Людям непременно надо вешать ярлыки на все подряд. Ну и как бы ты назвал такую лису, как я?
Даже не знаю. Но я читал про лису по имени Алиса.
А что? Я не против. Пусть будет Алиса.
I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if looking for an answer from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sight, a giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees regarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with my mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at that time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the railings, grade schoolers running to my library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last hopes for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and the teeth, yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion.
После уроков жду тебя на заднем дворе. Возле повешенного.
What?
Возле кого?
She just ignored my question.
Не опаздывай.
I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about my mom helped me reply.
Я после школы сразу домой.
Эх, Антоша, Антоша, это я тебя так просто отпустила. Другие же незаметно подкрадутся со своими улыбочками и вцепятся. Клещами не оторвешь. Попомни мои слова.
What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. What an asshole. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. Fox Girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? I gulped and swallowed the gum. Unlucky. After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets and dough, toward the light raining down onto the snow. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it, glued to the left of the notice board.
Видишь его?
10 years old, grade 4. He left his home on January the 5th around 1600, so 4 p.m.
Я же говорила.
Never returned. Was last seen at the bridge over the Smoridina River. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, a black wool cap, a scarf, and mittens with green stripes. Might have had a plastic toy gun on him. 142 centimeters tall, skinny brown hair. I'm not reading all this. Vova Matyukin. That was his name. I'm not a fourth grader. On that grainy print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul as if pleading. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children, in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of the school toilets, child's voices were hammering a nursery rhyme.
Для медведя, для лисы, зайчик кушать принеси.
I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. This art style is really fucking cool. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised high. Her heels were hitting the floor like a miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. She was also looking pompous, stopping all along the way and whispering some secret in her friends' ears. She was probably a class rep since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Екатерина, возьми, пожалуйста.
The teacher opened the classroom door and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Out of all of them, a tall, red-headed fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the inside of a pomegranate. A bad feeling risen up the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before. Unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl, who was a smaller copy of the teacher, warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guys stood in the way of the crowd, and then Redhead immediately shoved him.
Топай речи, мудила!
Just a fucking bully. The boy flew head first, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple of kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all of the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. This kid's very, deep for his age, I feel like. Very intuitive. Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the dark. I imagine myself running through snow, how it squeaks under my boots and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. The Ringer's trail blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort. Then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. Maybe you got a hot teacher, man. Nope, never mind. The prim teacher looked over at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed.
Я новенький. Мне вот сказали к вам подойти.
The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages.
А фамилия-то как?
Петров.
Громче говори.
My name, you dumb bitch.
Чего мямлишь?
Петров.
Нет такого.
She measured me with a long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison, like a living organism, like a dangerous beast.
Ты не ошибся? Нет такого в списке.
My knees chose the worst time to start shaking, and I felt dizzy. I clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became white.
Мне сказали, 204 кабинет, Лилия Павловна, 6 В.
Apparently, everyone in the classroom took my words for some sort of joke because they were all laughing.
Что за бардак?
The classroom fell silent. The kids hid their smirks for a better occasion.
Понаберут студентов. Только знают, что губяки свои малевать. А я разгребай, значит.
The writing in this is really fucking cool. I like it a lot. It's painting a really good picture.
А бумаги-то кто заполнять будет? Не первый раз ведь уже. Подожди здесь. Сейчас. Сейчас я им устрою.
The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom. Like a convict in front of a firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. They prickled my skin, danced on it like laser sights. Once again, I imagined running far away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump, with the wind in my back as my only companion. The eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom.
Доску вытри!
It was easy to guess who was the main prankster here.
Эй, очкарик! Ты чё, не только слепой, но еще и глухой? Доску вытри, говорю!
Do I want to be this kid's bitch, or do I want to ignore him, or do I want him not to beat my ass? My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe, and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the powers of that be.
Ну что мне с тобой делать-то? Куда сажать, а? Давай-ка сядь, наверное, с Семеном.
Simeon.
Он все равно
Probably the
один.
redhead bully, right?
Еще чего?
Yep. The fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratched his belly, and smirked.
Ты опять за старое? Снова бабушку в школу вызывать?
Classroom went silent.
А чё она мне сделает?
Не она, так я тебе сделаю. Рюкзак убрал быстро.
Simeon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I needed to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself.
Я...
I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded nothing like me.
Я могу за последнюю парту сесть. Там, кажется, свободно.
The teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Simeon, then back at me.
Ладно, садись пока туда. А с тобой, Бабурин, мы еще поговорим. Чтобы подошел после уроков. Будешь по классу дежурить, ясно?
Simeon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose, ripe for the taking. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from everyone. I took my seat at the back at the last table, where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start. Damn, it's fucking 9 a.m. We were at school at 7 when I was in fucking school.
Вот и хорошо. Начнем урок. Тема: традиции русской и мировой литературы в рассказе Зощенко «Не надо врать».
The fatso turned back to me. His stare informed me of the coming days, weeks, and months of bullying. I've got my eyes on you, said his watery look. After just a couple of periods, I'd already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Then at the cafeteria, this Simeon accidentally spilled a glass of compote on me. What the fuck is that? A dessert drink brewed from a mix of dried fruit and berries. It's like a smoothie. Why the fuck you wasting smoothies, buddy? It's just bad bullying. And then he flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. What the fuck? You piss all over your hands? Just before the final period for today, Simeon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. They made way, cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep before, right in her chest. I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment.
Прости, ты в порядке?
Я...
Then she suddenly put her hands on her hips.
Нет, ну вы посмотрите на него. Облапал меня прямо у всех на глазах.
Yikes, man.
Я сейчас все маме
Day
расскажу.
one is going bad.
Тебя из школы выгонят, извращенец.
There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit-up match to the Schaefer beetle.
Я нечаянно, меня толкнули.
Все видели. Слепых среди нас нет.
She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Simeon's laughter cooled my head.
Толкнули? Чё, правда?
He swaggered up to me, enveloping me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotting teeth, and then pushed me to the ground.
Вот так, да? И чё ты сделаешь?
The bully towered over me as if saying, "Come on, hit me. Let me see you try." What do we do? Fuck him.
Слушай, ты...
My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their own, and my voice was akin to a stifled squeal. Simeon wore a mocking smile.
Давай, давай, продолжай, очкарик. Чё примолк-то? Нам всем очень интересно.
Если еще хоть раз меня тронешь...
Simeon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead.
Натронул и чё?
Kid does have fucking gross teeth. How are your teeth that fucked and you're still a 10-year-old?
Еще хоть раз!
Тронул. А вот еще. И еще. И еще. И еще.
He was poking me with his fingers so hard that my head tilted backward. I must not cry, or I'll be done for.
Чё ты мне сделаешь, мямля?
Kick him in his dick, dude. My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. Don't punch the girl. Alright. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Simeon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule?
Стопэ!
I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies.
Лилия Павловна! Лилия Павловна! Петров Бабурина ударил!
Simeon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples even wider, like the heads of larvae. But a smile flashed on his face that was only noticed among his comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me.
Тебе пиздец.
His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart, guessing where his fist would go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Simeon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty and ran home, forgetting all about me? I heaved a sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside, nervous. Simeon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. All of the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water were coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school. I'm not alone, a sudden thought came to mind. I remembered the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. I remembered his smile, him looking at me, and the fact that he's mostly likely already dead.
Привет.
I shuddered and turned around. At first, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. Oh shit, it's our first crush. She sat in the first row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty. The spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Simeon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry for other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook.
Здравствуй.
I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor.
Круто ты ему врезал.
Hell yeah.
Это вышло случайно. Почти.
I started shoving books in my backpack to at least put something in my hands.
Вроде Семен раньше таким не был. Он к нам недавно перевелся. Бабушка мне его по секрету сказала, что он словно взбесился. Семена даже старшеклассники побаиваются. Представляешь? А ты вот молодец.
No, my guy was scared as shit the whole time. What do you mean?
Не струсил.
Угу.
A hero that has been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
А ты за рекой живешь? В том деревянном доме?
Ну да.
Там, наверное, страшно. Да еще через лес идти. Я бы так не смогла.
I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied.
Да не так уж там и страшно. А что тебя так пугает?
She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Да так, ничего. Меня, кстати, Полина зовут.
Paulina, huh?
А меня Антон.
Ну, это я знаю.
Yeah, she's into you, brother.
Слушай, Антон.
First day wasn't all bad. She stumbled, as if trying to decide whether she should continue.
А что ты делаешь после школы?
Shit, you tell me. What are we doing? My chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Ничего такого.
I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. Elise's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes and the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. Is it this girl wearing a mask? What if that fox girl's waiting for me after the school? Or is it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat, like after PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, lured me into the forest's embrace.
У меня сейчас занятие, скрипка, а потом я свободна.
Go sit in on her violin lesson.
Дедушка мне репетитора нанял. Наш учитель музыки, он же скрипач. А здесь, в поселке, ему некому преподавать. Только...
She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Elisa out of my head. I looked at Paulina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small and the feelings were immense, and they couldn't fit inside me.
Тут говорят, что у нас в поселке маньяк завелся. Раньше со школы меня всегда дедушка забирал, но в последнее время ему не здоровится.
I snuck a glance at Volva's photo. His eye wells were studying me, his lips were wearing black lipstick, just like the portrait on a gravestone.
Ты не подумай, я не трусишка, просто мне кажется, что с тобой будет безопаснее. Антон, ты сможешь проводить меня до дома?
There it was. Finally, everything that I read about in the adventure books, everything I dreamt about was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of Simeon instantly sobered me up, returned me back to earth, and it started shaking under my feet like a deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Paulina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't even be the worst of it. The worst part is that Paulina will see all of that. And she'll laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state.
Сегодня вряд ли получится.
You fucking fumbled the bag, brother.
Ты же знаешь, Семен, скорее всего, караулит на школьном дворе. Лучше мне с ним разобраться лично, по-мужски.
Глупости какие.
Paulina brushed off some hair off her forehead, and I sensed a weak aroma of blackberry. Paulina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulp it down and still wanted more. I remembered the summer evenings at the country house, the fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over the fence from the neighbors, and a soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Could have I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of the coals and our parents' laughs in the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile this world was?
Думаешь, этот дикарь будет честно драться? Со своими дружками набросятся всем скопом, опомниться даже не дадут.
Paulina suddenly flashed a devious smile.
Но если мы пойдем вместе, это их ошарашит. Я же не только первая скрипка на деревне. Я ведь еще и девочка. Слышала от знакомого хулигана, что он никогда не нападает на кого-то в присутствии девушки. Представляешь, у них кодекс чести такой.
A delinquent, you know. I thought, worried. Is he better than me? Taller? More handsome?
Ой, мне на музыку пора.
She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing. Paulina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looked much more alluring.
А ты играешь на чем-нибудь?
My parents bought me a guitar a couple of years ago. I immediately remembered my meager attempts at making music. Change. We're all waiting for change. Soy's song echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. Victor Soy, I'm guessing that's how you say that. Singer and a frontman of a popular Soviet rock band, Kino. Played a mix of new wave and post-punk. Their hit song, Paramin, Changes. It's one of the most popular rock tracks of the new Rush era. Died in a car accident. Damn. That guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it
Увы,
more.
не играю.
Жалко. Ну ладно, я побежала. Пока!
Her shout was captured by the loud echo. Her shoes also echoed through the school hallways.
Пока!
I wasn't sure if Paulina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty, just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like the hulking Simeon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Paulina could become my friend, the first one in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer and I'll be her defender, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from the killers, lurking in the woods at night, Paulina was worth the risk. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised to help me look for Vova, and this will bring me a reward. More money will almost guarantee peace in my family. Gifts for Olya. I imagine my sister, happy like those girls who get prizes from Supanev in the finest hour. Sergei Supanov, showman of Russian Kids TV. He was like the 90s Blue Steve. She'll be dancing with the famous singers, maybe a new popular band like Ivanoshki International. It's a boy band, clearly. 90s and early 2000s. Died to a fall from the 6th-story balcony. Claimed it to be a suicide. Later died from cirrhosis. Yep, you'll have that. Mom and Dad hugging in the Ostakino pavilion, and then all of us going to Disneyland. Paulina or Elisa? We gotta go for Paulina, right? Hopeless romantic. Snow danced in the air outside the window, following the rhythm of the music that was flowing from around the corner. I jumped off the windowsill and started walking along the hallway, curiosity eating away at me. The half an hour I'd spent here waiting crawled at snail's pace. I wanted to see Paulina again. The music became louder. It streamed out of the half-open door at the far end of the corridor. My music taste was limited to Litov, Shevnuk, the timeless classics of pop song I saw on TV. I'm not even civil defense, garage punk, and psychedelic rock. Why is everyone there talking about Dead? Posthumously considered the godfather of the patriarch of Russia punk rock. Punk rock. Pop runk, Jesus Christ. Along with music videos that would sometimes be put on tapes as teasers before a movie. But this violin melody captivated me. It felt like a master woodcutter working with delicate wood, a fragile crystal toy, a gust of warm wind. I pressed my cheek against the doorway. Paulina was hiding from me in the far end of the classroom, but a shadow that fell on the wall definitely belonged to a girl with a violin. The movements of her bow were so graceful that I felt like I was getting carried away on the waves of music. My heart broke the barrier of my ribcage and started hopping around. Faster and faster, it jumped on the snow piles, gliding between the pines toward the fiery sun above the windfall.
Заскучал?
I was so deep in thought that I didn't hear the approaching footsteps. After bathing in music, Paulina felt even more magical.
Да нет, нет. Я о комиксе своем думал.
For some unknown reason, I lied.
ты комиксы рисуешь?
Да, ну, то есть, планирую рисовать.
Ага. И про что твой комикс?
I used to try to write Captain Underpants books when I was young. Drawings and everything. Those books were so fucking good as a kid. About the most charming and kind girl that plays a violin, who somehow happened to be in this house of horror.
Про лесу. Ой, точнее, про говорящих животных, что живут в лесу и помогают заблудившимся детям вернуться домой. А потом они пляшут в ночи.
Ого! Как интересно! Сам придумал?
I lowered my gaze.
Вдохновился, глядя в окно.
We descended to the first floor. I wonder what happens if you take the other one, if Paulina just becomes a side character, like you don't interact with. I opened the door in front of Paulina. Dad told me how essential it is to be a gentleman.
Значит, творческая личность. Я догадывалась, что ты не такой, как все. Особенный.
Шутишь? Я самый обыкновенный.
Это Семён обыкновенный. В смысле, обычный придурок.
She's
А в тебе
intrigued,
живет
brother.
нечто доброе и пушистое.
Something barked near my leg when we were crossing the schoolyard, interrupting Paulina.
Не бойся, это Жулька.
I stood on one knee and rubbed the barking dog behind the ear. It was frantically wagging its tail like it was some sort of propeller. I looked around the yard, trying to find Elisa. But the fox girl was nowhere to be found, neither in the yard nor on the road.
Брось ее!
I wonder if she's in trouble. Because we chose Paulina.
Ты что, она же дикая! Клещей еще подцепишь.
Нет, у нее хозяйка есть. Вроде.
Paulina looked at the playful dog with disgust, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. All right, Paulina, you just lost points. You don't like dogs?
А у тебя никакой еды не завалялось?
Кажется, что-то осталось. Покормим и пойдем, ладно?
She took out a sandwich out of her bag, threw it to Zulka. The little dog rushed to her banquet, swept away the bread with her nose and started eating the bologna.
Какая привереда. Ешь все, давай.
Paulina tugged my sleeve, egging me on.
Ты чего?
The violin girl had literally dragged me out of the school gate, stifling laughs into a fist. What? I turned around. Zulka followed us with sad eyes as we were leaving. The dog looked especially lonely with the school as the backdrop. And then Paulina just stopped laughing. She walked alongside me with a blank stare, completely silent.
Нечего паразитов плодить.
Her remark turned out pretty harsh. Was it really the stray's fault she had to live in the streets?
Они потом на людей кидаются. Прошлой зимой такая стая чуть дедушку не загрызла.
Какой кошмар.
At least she's got a reason to be afraid of dogs.
Ему с тех пор не здоровится.
Его парализовало.
God damn.
Он больше никогда не сможет ходить.
I remember the scary pack of dogs that was chasing me just a while ago.
Мне очень жаль.
Ничего.
Paulina showed me another enchanting smile, her eyes half closed.
Главное, что мы друг друга поняли.
I forgot all about Zulka after she said that. Some third graders were throwing snowballs at each other and singing.
Раз, два, прилетела.
The owl? Oh, yeah. An image of my sister sitting near the window, bored, looking for me in the twilight, flashed before my eyes. I promised myself that I will go home as soon as I escort Paulina.
А что это за песенку малые поют? Уже второй раз за день ее слышу.
We were walking down the main street. Somewhere near, a tractor was grumbling, cleaning snowdrifts. Ravens flew across the ashen sky. A flock of blackbirds circled above us like scary crosses that ran away from graves.
Про сову?
The owl one.
Это считалочка местная. Мне ее в детстве дедушка напевал. Он интересуется историей края. Много знает про
How
наш
would Olya
фольклор.
know that, though? Unless that thing actually is visiting her, because she doesn't leave the house.
И что там за считалочка такая?
Слушай.
She started walking backwards, facing me and smiling.
Раз, два. Прилети, сова. 3, 4, 5. Время поиграть. 6 да 6. Дыбом волчья шерсть.
Okay. All right. Okay. What would you prefer? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right.
Семь, 8. Бьем копытом озимь.
Sounds better, and that's crazy that the Russian and English rhyme.
Для медведя, для лисы. Зайчик кушать принеси.
I thought that I already met a fox this morning. Thankfully, I hadn't met any wolves or bears. As I was looking at the girl by my side, I became strangely brave, so I said something unexpected.
У тебя красивый голос.
Paulina adjusted her hair, slightly embarrassed.
Спасибо.
И что же, это конец считалочки? Принес им заяц покушать или нет?
Поди узнай. Спросить не у кого. Считалочка очень старая. Древняя даже. С ней легенда одна связана. Если тебе интересно.
Конечно.
Тут в тайге раньше племена жили разные. Дедушка говорит, у них была такая инициация. Короче, такой ритуал, когда мальчику наступала пора становиться мужчиной.
I listened closely. I mean, I was also really close to that age myself.
Юношу отводили в лес, и он должен был 3 ночи провести там охотясь. По легенде, один такой юноша ушел в тайгу и пропал. А вернулся, когда его перестали искать. Нагрянул в деревню, исцарапанный, грязный,
Is that what's happening to
замерзший.
Vova? I imagine sleeping among the pines and bear lairs.
Родные выбежали к нему, а он упал на землю. Привели шамана. Тот осмотрел молодого охотника и помрачнел. Сказал, плохи дела. До утра юноша бился в судорогах и повторял эту считалочку. Снова и снова. 1, 2, прилети, сова. Будто ему в тайге нашептали. А к рассвету он умер. Только вот шаман сказал, что он и так был мертв, что он мертвым из лесу пришел и мертвыми губами шептал считалочку.
I froze in fear.
Это точно не ужастик.
Фольклор бывает пострашнее всякого кино, уж поверь. Дедушка говорит, что племя то собралось спешно и ушло на...
Они были смелыми, если жили здесь.
Paulina kicked one of the snow piles with her small boot.
Смелыми и глупыми. Неужели надо мертвецу явиться из лесу, чтобы до людей дошло?
Дошло что?
Что нужно уезжать отсюда. Есть целый мир. А есть наш поселок. Мир.
She spread her arms wide.
Поселок.
She showed a distance that was almost invisible with her 2 fingers.
Я часто представляю большие города. Могу часами рассматривать глобус. Или журналы «Вокруг света» из библиотеки. Какие же там прекрасные названия. Рейкьявик, Тель-Авив. Это же чистейшая музыка, а не слова.
She started circling, her eyes shut dreamingly. The forest towered before us, touching the low clouds. The road fell into the semi-dark before the trees.
Я бы могла покорить сцену. Выступать перед тысячами зрителей.
А я сцены ужасно боюсь.
Так ты другим возьмешь, живописью. У нас-то есть будущее. А что ждет того же Семена? Ну, станет он еще толще.
All right. It's probably my drinks and then my other thing. I don't know. All right, thanks.
Ну,
Будет пирожками торговать.
What the hell's Peruski?
ага,
Some kind of meat. We burst out laughing, exercising worry from our minds with lighthearted fun.
Если ему, конечно, доверят пирожки.
Наверное, ты права. Он их в один присест слопает.
Я так и думала, что вдвоем в лесу не страшно.
I looked around. The snow was sparkling, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. My pulse fastened from the thought that we were alone.
Да, ты была права.
Paulina rushed through the fire break.
Не отставай!
Никогда в жизни!
Ты знаешь, ты так изъясняешься, как персонаж с приключенческой книжки.
Was she complimenting or mocking me? I didn't want to look for the hidden meaning, not when we're on such a wonderful walk.
Ну да, я люблю книги.
Ого, читающий мужчина! Звучит интригующе.
A man? Really? I got embarrassed and my cheeks turned beet red, but I still thanked fate for being able to wander around the forest with Paulina like this. The girl suddenly stopped and stared into the darkening thicket without making a sound, as if waiting for something. I felt uneasy all of a sudden, and then she asked me in a cold voice,
Ты был там?
Где? В чаще?
Paulina burst out laughing again, shattering my anxious thoughts.
Да нет! В большом мире! В городах с музыкальными названиями!
А разве Москва музыкальное название? Больше похоже на кваканье лягушки.
Paulina froze and looked at me in disbelief.
Ты был в Москве?
Ну да, в детстве.
Paulina's eyes started sparkling.
И какая она?
Ну, красивая, шумная, неоновая.
Неоновая.
Felt like she was savoring those words.
А на Красной площади был?
Конечно. Она такая выпуклая. И в ЦУМе был, и на ВДНХ.
Exhibition of Achievement of National Economy. The second biggest exhibition complex in Moscow. It's present in the top 50 biggest European exhibition centers. 49 architectural pieces on the complex's territory are considered cultural heritage monuments. Sounds boring as fuck.
Мне больше всего метро понравилось. Там так пахнет.
Как?
She ran up to me, grabbed me by the sleeve, and stared into my eyes with clear interest.
Не могу описать.
А нарисовать?
Что, запах?
Великие музыканты могут сыграть запах.
Не может быть.
Я дам тебе кассеты.
She started twirling in the falling snow again.
Я обязательно побываю в Москве. А главное, в Вене. Вена — моя мечта.
Why Vienna?
Это же столица музыки. Моцарт, Бетховен, Штраус, филармонический оркестр, государственная опера. Я буду выступать, а ты рисовать.
Her enthusiasm spread to me. I wanted to do something right this moment.
А ты куда хочешь попасть?
I sighed and confessed.
В Диснейленд.
I remembered the Finest Hours show again. Olya preferred Call of the Jungle, but I always spent my Mondays in front of the TV. Colorful tables with numbers on signs, and a charming Mr. Supanev at the wheel. And the prizes. Chocolate eggs, video equipment, and the most exciting one, a trip to Disneyland for the winner. My parents promised to take me there to the land of the mouse, and I believed them at first. Well, maybe they also believed it back then. Now they just reply with silence every time I ask about it, and it saddens me to no end. I have just 3 words on my mind in those moments. But you promised. Paulina had seemingly read my mind.
Добраться туда проще, чем нам кажется. Каждый лепит свою судьбу, как хочет.
She picked up 2 handfuls of snow, and then, as if she forgot about everything, showed me a sly smile.
А давай снеговика лепить.
Давай.
When I get back home, I'll make a snowman for Olya too. She'll be so happy. But for now... We were almost done with the first ball, rolling it shoulder to shoulder. Paulina was laughing. Locks of her hair fell on her lively face. She was so cute when she blew them away.
Чего у тебя такой маленький шар, Антон?
It's an average ball, okay? Some say above.
Максимум голова снеговичка. Больше надо. Не ленись.
I couldn't remember the last time I had so much fun. Paulina swept her now crimson lips.
Ты мечтал когда-нибудь очутиться на другой планете?
Something flashed in her eyes when she said that. I couldn't really put my finger on what it was.
И даже в другой вселенной.
Paulina sighed in what felt like relief.
Тогда ты понимаешь меня.
Our palms glided across the ball of snow, straightening up any bumps it had. An almost ideal white ball rose up in the middle of the clearing. And another one popped up. We lifted it up from the 2 sides and placed it on the one that served as a foundation. Finally, Paulina helped the 3rd ball to get on top of the other 2. I don't think I ever made a snowman that was actually that fucking good.
Ставить голову на место — мой конек. У тебя морковка случайно не завалялась?
Why the fuck would I have a carrot?
Увы.
I do. There was no fear, no worry at this clearing. I became more daring, ran toward the thicket to crack a couple of branches. I pulled at the intertwining windfall, but Paulina's voice suddenly awakened me from my delusion.
Антон, там кто-то есть.
I turned around, puzzled. Paulina was looking at me. No, at something behind my back. She stared at it, her brows furrowed. Not a single trace was left of the cheerful atmosphere we had a moment ago.
Полин,
She slowly raised her hand and pointed at the darkness approaching the trees in the distance.
Впереди кто-то стоит. Темная сгорбленная фигура. Видишь? И ручищами сосну гладит.
I turned around and directed my eyes where she was pointing to. The area around the dry raspberry bushes was empty.
деревом.
The collar of my coat felt suffocating. I pulled on it instinctively. I felt a spasm in my stomach. I smiled weakly and asked, hoping for a good answer.
Это что, шутка?
Paulina seemingly lost all her words and she stared deep into the endless forest. Bravery check, I thought, so I stepped toward the glossy black trunk, Paulina's gaze pushing me in the back. I was trying to muster all my courage, but my inner voice was telling me to stop, to curl into a ball, to play dead even. Anything but go there, into the arriving darkness. Twilight was sucking me in, limiting my vision. The clearing was a deep well, its walls prohibiting the sunlight from reaching its bottom. I heard the earth, or was it ringing in my ears? One step. 2 steps. I bit my lip to stop myself from screaming from the There was nobody behind the pine. I sighed. And turned back to Paulina.
Полина, здесь никого.
Where the hell's Paulina?
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
From the darkness behind the pines, just like caveman from their cave, appeared smirking Simeon with his bunch of cronies.
Опачки, какая встреча!
Очкарик в жопе шарик на.
God. Paulina let out a shriek when the bastard shoved her away from me. They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. Simeon's heavy leg blasted the snowman's belly. Balls we rolled crumpled, became a mushy mess with just a single broken branch poking out. Paulina gasped angrily. I also felt the touch of scalding hatred. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked a battery.
Полин, не бойся.
I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Полинка-то чё бояться? Лучше за себя беспокойся.
The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Ну как? Страшно, мудила.
I heard Paulina's angry voice from behind.
Не трогайте его!
It would have been better if Paulina wasn't around. I wish she wouldn't see me in such a shameful position.
Глядите-ка, пацаны! Девчонка за него заступается!
Ага, циклона.
Ты, сука приезжая, не на того руку поднял.
Simeon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. It seemed like Bobarin wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. They decided against hitting me. They probably wanted to humiliate me in front of the girl first. Damn it.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович,
Why is he junior?
а это кто? Еще одна подружка?
Да у тебя тут гарем, на.
Only then I noticed Yulka beside my legs, trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. It probably ran all the way from the schoolyard, searching for our smell. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand.
Ой ты, батюшки, ко мне, сучка блохастая!
The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда! Иди, дам кое-чего!
What a fucking asshole. The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. whole gang burst out laughing. My heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on the tree branches let out frightened calls. Then I noticed something strange. Paulina could hardly keep herself from smiling. What the fuck? Does she really hate dogs so much that what this skinny guy did amused her? After locking eyes with me, she changed her jubilant smirk to a thoughtful grimace. Why isn't she running away? I thought in horror. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or was that just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Ромка, она ж больше срать не сможет. Давай теперь я. Второй раз ебану, минус на минус даст плюс.
Чего ты, баран? Втолкуй его на очкарику, где его место. Только так, чтобы он понял.
Ага, за ним кофякна. Этот очкарик тебе при всем классе всек.
Да без Б.
Simeon brought a sizable signet, I don't know that word, ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
Ща, парашник, я тебе этой печаткой так заряжу. Клеймо на всю жизнь останется.
Where did all of my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
A wizzy whisper left my lips and my head tilted forward, hitting Simeon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes. They're going to gang up me and beat me up.
Рома! Пусть они прекратят!
Прости, но пацанам надо по-мужски побазарить. А тебе в сторонке постоять.
Бяша, подсоби.
Simeon gave me a rough push toward the bastard with the slanting eyes and he tripped me. I fell on the sharp crust of ice and the fatso stepped in my hand, preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как заныл? А ты случаем не педик?
I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shooting through it like it was cut off and a ball of metal was sewn in its place.
Че молчишь, Антошка? Отвечай, ты педик?
At this moment, I felt pure, unbridled rage. The amalgamation of my anger. Like the Sprouts ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts.
Твари! Знаете, что мой отец...
Oh God, don't use your dad.
Тот
Is a lawyer.
педик!
Oh. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad dogs.
Он айкидо занимался, поняли?
That's a fighting style, isn't it?
Он еще воевал. Таких, как вы, с закрытыми глазами убивает. Я только слово скажу, он...
Bromka lifted up his arm, stopping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Simeon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. Did he believe me? Or was he confusing by my face, twisted with rage?
Воевал, говоришь? Мой батя тоже воевал. В Афгане. А твой?
И мой.
Да, и в каких войсках, интересно?
Fear chomped at my rage's throat. It made it bleed.
Да он фуфло гонит, Ромка! Бля, будуна!
Думал, меня так просто развести? Я тебя, сучонка, насквозь вижу.
There was a nasty smile on his face now. That this didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе приговор подписал.
В школе тебя училка спасла, ну а теперь все. Хана тебе.
Во-во! Давай, Антошка, молись, чтобы твой труп по весне нашли мне.
Why do these kids act like they're gonna kill him? You're not gonna kill this dude.
Сидел бы ниже травы, был бы целочкой. Жирного стукнул, одно дело.
Damn, he calls him Fatso and that's his friend.
Но про Афган пиздеть, где мой батя под пулями. Долг интернациональный. В Даште Марго, блядь.
A desert region in the southern provinces of Helmand and Nimruz in Afghanistan. Its name can be translated into English as Plain of Death. During the conflict in Afghanistan, the Soviet army destroyed countless drug caravans headed to Iran there.
Сёма, ушатай-ка его.
I wonder when they say drugs in this game, do they mean like medicine or actual like drugs? I don't know how long this game is either. Blood was pumping in my temples.
Ну, Ромочка, ну хватит! Ты уже все доказал! Дай нам уйти!
Ты иди. А мы пока мусор приберем.
What bugged me at that moment wasn't even the humiliating attitude from Romka, but rather how sweet Paulina had addressed him. The delinquents were pushing the girl toward the pines. The branches were swaying back and forth as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies.
Хера ты, Майк Тайсон!
This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка. Махаться мешает.
I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard. But then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with a one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and then put the blade to my neck.
Слышь, Фрей, расслабься, а то больно будет.
I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Rumka pulled with all his might and my backpack ended up in his hand. Rumka winked at her as if saying, "Don't worry, I've got this." Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my backpack.
Ты от нас что-то скрываешь, да? У меня в школе какая-то крыса сменку подрезала. Ща поглядим, может, это был... Опачки!
Rumka gave me a dubious smile. Those fucking scissors.
Так, а что это у нас здесь?
My text and notebooks fell in the snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like a mask. Roma lifted it high as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on its sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there?
Новый год уже прошел, мудила. Или ты реально поехавший?
Это не мое!
Да как не твое, В твоем портфеле лежала она.
Romko was watching this scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
Дикари! Масок раньше не видели!
Таких конченых не видели. А знаешь что? Надевай.
Зачем?
Надевай, говорю. Попрыгаешь перед нами, зайчик.
Давай! Или без штанов домой пойдешь на.
Why don't we just fucking fight like we were about to? Not when Paulina is here.
Не надену.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Biasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn mask from him like a buffoonish bow. With a buffoonish bow, sorry, Jesus. Then he passed it to Simeon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin. In the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run. Won't get away. They'll catch me. And then... No, I won't run. Won't abandon Paulina.
Только учти, Сёма. Если он скакать не станет, ты сам за него поскачешь.
Этот чмошник и не станет? Да погляди на него, он же дурик конченый.
Этот дурик тебе уже раз в жбан зарядил.
Ромка прав! Давай, толстый! Восстанавливай авторитетно!
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь так, что тетяндра отцепится.
God, dude. Simeon, he doesn't have any fucking friends, so he's friends with these guys, and they're assholes to him, too. He must indeed be scared of Romka. Simeon swore silently, and glared first at me, then at Paulina.
Вот. Это чтобы маска хорошо налезла.
He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squash spider. Romka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Simeon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Paulina covered her face with hands in terror. Simeon was still close by with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Надевай, быра! Оттурую!
The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet, despite everything, I felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin, if only I was to put it on, and if only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter, the eyes will tremble like they're alive. I just need to put it on, and Simeon and his friends will be gone forever. Do we want to embarrass ourselves in front of Paulina? I reached out, my hand wasn't shaking anymore. Simeon handed me the mask and let out an evil laugh. The fur felt warm to the touch, just like I expected. I got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine.
Вот оно, мое спасение.
A voice whispered to me from the well of my subconscious. Just put it on and nobody will hurt you. The forest froze, gazing at me with cracks in the bark. I acted slowly. I took off my glasses, got rid of the nasty spit on the paper mache. There was a movement inside of the bunny face, as if something was trying to break out, and I needed to help it. I lifted up the mask and started moving it towards my flaming cheeks, just like in that movie with Jim Carrey. The mask had power. This mask had strength. Carton touched my skin. It enveloped my skull, my nose, took the shape of my face. It smelled like an animal lair and pine. My lips touched some sort of hard, wavy material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys frozen in the clearing. Snowflakes frozen in the air. The trees, whose shadows formed black streams around, toward me. And a weird silhouette in the early twilight behind the windfall. In all that silence, Simeon nervously whispered,
Пацаны, что это с ним?
I broadened my shoulders. My muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plumes of fog flew toward me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the forest power with every pore of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growling.
Он превращается!
You asked for this. I made a step forward. Simeon carefully stepped towards me as if he was walking on thin ice. A trail from my dreams snaked in front of me again. Endless, alluring. It was beckoning me away from all the problems to the new wonderful world, the world of Magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opened my coat, and threw it on the snow with a fast motion. Then growled. I felt like something was frantically looking for the exit underneath my skin. I went towards Simeon.
Он превращается!
Твою мать!
Превращается!
Конченого мудака!
Oh, fuck. Clearing blew up in hysterical laughter. Yasha was clutching his stomach. Rona smirked, shaking his head. And Simeon, who was laughing the most of the three, spat on the knuckles and waved his fist like a club.
Ну и дебил же ты, Тошик!
Jesus. Well, damn. I thought that something was about to happen, man. We're still getting played. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There was no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew toward the bushes and landed on my butt. To my horror, Paulina, pale in the face, stood behind the back of the jeering trio. Jesus. She looked at me with a mix of surprise and bewilderment. That we put it on? Son of a bitch, we blew it. And maybe even disappointment. What else did I expect? That I will turn into a superhero and save her after putting on a piece of old carton on my stupid face? My vision, bolstered by adrenaline a moment before, returned to normal. Paulina's nervous face became blurry again.
Вот это был номер! Думал, он на четвереньки встанет и сгрызет нас всех! Как морковку!
Не, ну вы видели? Видели?
Это считается, что он
I wish I would have
попрыгал.
chose the other one now, guys. Fuck.
Это даже лучше.
Oh no, now we're crying. The mask had one advantage. If I cried now, nobody would see my tears.
Ну и дурик. Да тебе в психбольнице место.
Психбольница для животных, на!
Simeon put his knee on the snow pile and ripped the glasses out of my numbed fingers.
Верни ему! Верни, гад!
Отдай очки. Я домой не дойду.
Чё ж, знаешь, какой у зайцев нюх? По запаху доберешься, не ссы. Прыг-скок, прыг-скок.
Jesus. Simeon shoved the trophy into his pocket and flashed me a toothy grin.
Кролики очки не носят.
А теперь вали отсюда, Даун.
Still wobbly. The trees became a blurry dark wall. Four bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. There were black spots on them, their eye sockets and mouths. But it looked like to me there was more of them than it should be.
Полина!
I felt around aimlessly. One of the figures was about to rush toward me, but was stopped by another.
Ты не переживай, ушастый. Мы Полину сами проводим. В обиду не дай. А то тут психов по лесу шляется, мама не горюй. Да, Полин?
She didn't reply, just stepped back toward the bushes. I was overflowing with despair. I turned to the forest. Simeon's boot came to my rescue, kicking me in the butt and quickening my shameful retreat.
Прыг-скок, прыг-скок!
Fuck. And then zigzagged through the firebreak alone in the giant snow-laden world. The trunks around me bent in all directions, their treetops disappeared into the darkness above me. God damn, dude, we were having such a happy story with her. This guy was pushing me down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dry by now. Only sadness and longing were left, a desire to bury myself under the snow or leave for Neverland, joining Volva and Sinia. I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here. Somewhere very far away. That's an eventful ass first day.
Так, я не поняла. Антон, а где...
Да, ну, мам,
И как можно быть таким рассеянным? Ты думаешь, я деньги печатаю?
Tell her the truth.
Как же? Будешь до следующего года в старых очках ходить.
Olya rushed to me.
А я лису видела!
Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips and reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud thang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment.
То сова, то лиса. Когда ж тебе надоест?
Правда, правда! Такая пушистая! Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек. Она меня позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
Yeah, don't trust the fox, man.
Не было там никакой лисы. Не выдумывай.
не подходи к ней.
If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she was a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
Не подходи, слышишь?
Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь укусить может.
I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined Elisa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
Это ж была не настоящая лиса. Расскажи ему, Оль.
Она на двух ногах ходила, а еще была в платье одета. Только она была взаправду.
Видишь?
Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap, right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее, беги.
I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please, stop driving me mad. Please. I was doing my homework on a Friday evening, like usual. I had already finished the hard part. There was only my art homework left, my favorite subject. I needed to draw some sort of magic beast. It's a triceratops. I wanted to draw a dino at first, but my brush reached toward the orange paint all by itself. One stroke after another, the picture of a fox started slowly forming on a piece of paper. She was almost popping out of the snow-white sheet. She stood on her back legs and wore a sly smile. My brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail. A moment later, it dropped out of my weak hand. After I finished my drawing, I spent a while studying it in surprise, as if I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. The longer I looked, the scarier a smile felt. Carnivorous, fake, like the smiles of women from adult magazines that were sold in press kiosks back in the city. An alluring smile that masked deep-seated malice. And the fox's eyes turned out red, as if bloodshot. They looked more like bullet holes you see in action movies. I don't remember drawing them this way. I moved away from the table and the lamp's light reflected from the wet paint. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me, waiting.
Антон!
Jesus, Dad.
Ты что, оглох?
Я задумался.
Тебя спрашиваю, ты сестру не видел?
What the fuck?
Опять она где-то прячется.
Something moved under my bed and I froze. Olya's dirty face peeked out with a finger pressed to her lips.
Оля, я тебя вижу. Вылезай, ты же в пыли вся.
Olya crawled from under the bed and started dusting off her stockings, looking down.
Пойдем, Оль. Я тебе сказку почитаю. Посижу с тобой, пока не уснешь.
Я с вами спать хочу, не в той комнате. Там
Mom entered the room.
Что, опять сова?
А кто ж еще? Оль, она не придет больше. Я ее прогнал.
Oya shook her head in defiance.
Не прогнал. Она придет. Она сказала, что будет каждую ночь приходить.
О, так она у тебя говорящая?
Oya ignored the question and then asked with newfound determination.
Можно я с вами посплю? Можно? В самый последний раз.
Ты же говорила, что последний раз был вчера.
Ольга, ты уже большая девочка.
А пусть у меня ложится.
I thought it was a great idea, but Oya shook her head again.
Нет, у тебя не хочу. Она и на тебя смотрит.
I felt goosebumps all over my body.
Хватит! Нет никакой совы. Ты сегодня спишь у себя, ясно?
Ну, пожалуйста, мам! Пожалуйста!
Go sleep in her room with her. Mom took Oya's hand and I tried to lead her out of my room.
Пойдем, милая. Не мешай брату.
Oya clutched the bed's head with her free hand.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пожалуйста! Не хочу к ней!
Just fucking let her. Mom was tugging Oya toward herself, but she didn't budge. Only the bed's head squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by picking Oya up and carrying her out of the room, despite her desperate protests and pleas.
Не надо! Не надо к ней! Она опять смотреть будет!
I've listened to them struggling to make my little sister go to bed for a while.
Ну не надо!
In the end, my parents gave up and let Oya sleep with them, but it was surely the last time, ever. When everybody settled down, I was lying in my room, thinking about Oya's words. It's watching you too. I felt uncomfortable. I barely managed to calm down, only after closing the curtains in my room shut. But as soon as I closed my eyes, memories of my day started jumping around in front of me. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from there, the faces of dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlova. And around the corner was her daughter, Katya, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me.
Эй, новенький! Новенький!
Чего тебе, Кать?
She got up on her tiptoes and started swaying while hiding her hands behind her back, then asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Скажи, пожалуйста, а чего это тебя к нам перевели, а?
We moved, what else would we? I might have told the truth about this to Paulina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopeckas. I don't know what that is. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Volva's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart.
Это все из-за моих родителей. У папы тут новая работа, а мама...
But Katya didn't even listen to me. She rushed toward the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Да-да, конечно, конечно. У нас тут совсем за дурачков держит. Я вот слыхала, что это все из-за его отца. Он недавно кому-то крутому дорогу перешел, и теперь они всей своей семейкой в нашем захолустье скрываются.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
А слышали? Слышали, как ему Бабурин всыпал? А этот лишь ручки опустил, да глазенки
He's
потупил.
worried about the next days. Whatever they have to say. He's basically, I mean, is this like a dark undertone trying to portray anxiety? And
Прекрати! Ты знаешь, он не один был!
И будто этого мало. Ходят слухи, что этот чудик повсюду таскает с собой заячью маску. Ой, девочки, ну кто же в своем уме будет такое делать? Ясно, понятно. Со странностями наш Антошка. Может, слабоумный, а может... И маньяк? Если в его портфеле хорошо покопаться, там и топор отыскать можно. Да-да-да.
This chick's a little shithead.
Замолчи! Заткнись!
Вон как раскричался-то, будто ужаленный. А зрачки-то, зрачки какие широкие. Опять чего доброго с катушек слетит и руки распускать начнет. Не зря же его мать с таблетками пичкает.
I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Да-да. Он такой же ненормальный, как и его сестрица. Представляете, к этой сумасшедшей дурочке каждую ночь прилетает сова ростом с человека. Да-да. Только что-то ее никто из здоровых людей не видел. А этот наивный простак ей верит. Нет, ну вы представляете?
And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Как же так, Антон? Неужели действительно тебе не здоровится?
Полина, послушай меня!
Как же? Не слушай этого болтуна, Полиночка. Свистит он, что в Москве бывал, как пить дать. Это ничтожество даже постоять за себя не может. А при случае и за тебя не заступится. Бросит, думая, как бы только самому по шее не схлопотать. Слабак.
Paulina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming.
Нет! Нет! Антон! Почему? За что?
I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Paulina's side before getting shoved violently by Katya.
Убери от нее свои лапы, чудовище!
Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lift creep up, showing my teeth.
То, что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку на девушку!
My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I was already lunged at the angry Katya.
Слетел-таки! Слетел! Спасите! Помогите! Петров с катушек слетел!
At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder, started whistling and roaring. The subtle silhouettes of its women became larger and wider, and they shot upward toward the ceiling, turning to a giant black forest chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of it. Also, trunks that belonged to me, trees or humans, it was impossible to tell.
Вот ты и показал свое животное нутро! Трус!
Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy.
Антон! Почему? Нет! За что?
Paulina screamed unchained.
Вон! Животное! Чужак!
A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended suddenly from above and I dug myself in.
Пожалуйста! Вставай!
I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olya's scream pulled me out. She set me free from the tentacles of fear. Olya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear.
Антон! Пожалуйста! Вставай! Вставай!
It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olya's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
Сова! Сова! Пожалуйста! Я боюсь!
Her tears poured out in my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Olya wouldn't have woken me
Оля,
up.
я сейчас. Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку почитаю?
Soviet and Russian, monthly illustrated magazine for kids. Been published since 1924. 100 years, huh? Sounds fucking propaganda and shitty.
Подожди.
I placed my bare heels on the cold floor, felt around for my glasses. Remembered Simeon had his underhanded act inside.
Антон! Пожалуйста! Пожалуйста! Посмотри!
She couldn't tear her eyes off the window, as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward.
Оль, что там? Что-то случилось? Ты хочешь, чтобы я открыл шторы?
Нет, не надо! Там же сова!
You gotta take a look, brother. The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed, Olya stood in the doorway.
С кем ты разговаривал, братик?
She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying. With her hands wrapped around her shoulders, her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой. С тем, кто притворился тобой.
The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. And the thing that pretended to be Olya started spreading, changing shape, grew to scary heights under the light of the carnivorous moon. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing was hiding behind my curtains, got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare, a hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olya's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Another knock, I stepped back into the middle of the room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, then it suddenly lighted the whole room and went out like a candle in the strong wind. The filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Olya started squealing and pressing herself on my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No. It wasn't trying to break the window, it was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss.
Уходи! Убирайся! Пошла прочь!
She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Скажи ей, Антон! Скажи, что я больше не буду себя плохо вести! Никогда! Только пусть она уйдет! Пожалуйста!
The moonlight suddenly disappeared and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eyes anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of its disfigured guest.
Не буду!
Oya was standing behind me, mumbling, "I'll be good, I'll be good." The bleak window was creeping closer, curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard a noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge, among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The ones that Simeon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing in the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late night guest. Only the old lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the stipes of glued newspapers. It's like plastic windows became widely accessible. The cracks and frames of windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with it. Self-adhesive tape or newspaper. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Simeon and his gang just pulled a prank on me, that was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there was none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness full of restless writhing.
Вы почему не спите?
I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window.
Совсем сдурели? Жарко, что ли? Не болели давно?
Там сова была! Тоша ее прогнал!
А ну-ка марш спать к себе в комнату! А с тобой...
Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Oya by the shoulder and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра поговорим.
I managed to get the frames back in place with a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask, just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. And it wasn't Vova, his face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Holy shit, did they take him out? That's crazy. Simeon. Are the creatures after him? Bob Barin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. On end of the wolf's gray fur will stand. He's the one who hated Balberin. You think he did it? I've heard he's a weirdo. I hurriedly robbed my glasses. Rubbed. Ooh. The glasses. Simeon was clutching them in his fist while I was getting beaten up. And in just a couple of hours, this lost item was lying on the ledge of my window. It was hard to imagine that Sioma suddenly got guilty conscience and returned my glasses in such a strange way. I was shocked but kept walking toward the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. The photo still stood before my eyes. Simeon has gone missing. Simeon is gone. That's a really cool effect. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. His signet ring won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Wasn't that what I wished for? On the other hand, did I really wish Simeon to become a murky stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son or a grandson, and he went through the same struggles as me. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? I didn't know the answer. Or was I just scared of it? Nonetheless, school still had something nice about it. Paulina, the girl with the violin, was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulp down, pressing your lips against the zinc outer ring of a bucket, and can't ever get enough. What if I make her one of the characters in the story I'll draw? The protagonist will save her from terrifying monsters. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of my classmates slid down the rails, smirking like the xenomorphs from the Alien. I immediately felt larvae of fear arrive in my stomach. I didn't want to cross paths with Romka and Biesha, or after what happened yesterday, especially since Simeon went missing. I entered the classroom and went toward the last row. All of the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked there in complete silence. It felt like my classmates pushed and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed my every move. They looked at me with a mortifying mix of pity, ridicule, and derision. Like a scientist looks at an ugly representative of a newfound species of worms. I stared at the desk with a huge pile of library textbooks on top, my fists clenched. It felt like I was the one who disappeared in that snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. Simeon's empty chair stood in front of me. The chair that once belonged to Vova gathered dust somewhere in another classroom. After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Balberin's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lilia Pavlovna at first. After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Balberin's desk. Okay. The chatter resumed, as if someone just unpaused a movie.
Бабушка Бабурина такой кипиш устроила, когда он домой не явился. Сначала в школу прибежала, потом ментов вызвала. Да-да-да.
Katya snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned in to her neighbor and whispered something. Girls from the second row also leaned in. She shared something with them too. Whispers, nods. I kept catching her stare on myself. Her neighbor stared too. The whole class was watching me. It was like they felt the need to watch me because they were searching for traces of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and shout, "Guys, listen, I'm innocent." The delinquents turned around and stared at me in silence. Their looks were dripping with malice. But why? What did I do to them? Their friend went missing and they're still focused on me. Suddenly, I noticed Biasha drilling a hole in my nose with his eyes. It felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs. Everyone look, Bobberin snatched his glasses yesterday and now he has them back. Murderer. But he remained silent as if there was nothing special at all about my glasses. I may be going mad, but Biasha knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler until my hand hurt.
Не надо быть Колумбо, чтобы догадаться.
You don't have to be Columbo to solve this. Columbus, probably an American crime drama. Peter Falk is Columbo, homicide detective.
Кто на Бабурина зуб имел? Кто его вчера ударил? Поиздевался, а после...
The metal ruler fell out of my weak fingers. It hit the floor with a jingle, and that made the other kids shudder. Katia bit her tongue and squirmed nervously. Chairs scraped against the floor. My classmates moved away from me, closer to the exit toward the teacher's desk. I was not the only one to catch wind of that change. Romka and Biasha looked around and winced in contempt. Too bad they weren't afraid of me like everybody else.
Да прикуси ты! Бабурин, небось, с бабкой посрался и дымился. Скоро найдется.
Найдется, ага. Во враге, со вспоротым брюхом.
I gulped. Fuck. It's an awesome change in scenery, in art style. I imagined Shilma on a snowy blanket, his face white like a fish belly, split down the middle by the crevice of his mouth, snowflakes falling onto his glassy eyes and filling up his throat. See? I could almost hear his condescending tone. It's all your fault. But why was Simeon the only one to get his desserts for bullying me? Weren't all of them supposed to disappear? Romka, Biasha, Katia, along with every laughing onlooker. Of course, Simeon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. But that wasn't the only side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? The door creaked. Paulina entered the classroom. I straightened up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared critter. Paulina went to her seat without looking at me. The ringer's trill announced the start of the class.
Так, заканчиваем бардак. Дети, встаньте. Петров, тебя это тоже касается.
Why do they say her whole fucking name? Is that like a Russian, like, common courtesy for women or something? Lilia Pavlovna went to her desk, followed by a policeman in a uniform. It was the man that visited us just recently, tall, and his stare so sharp you could get cut on it.
Здрасте.
Здравствуйте!
It's a lot to say for hi.
Садитесь. Познакомьтесь, это старший лейтенант Константин Владимирович Тихонов. Он задаст вам несколько вопросов и проведет небольшую лекцию по безопасности.
Лучше лекция от милиционера,
Class
чем
livened up.
уроки.
Talking to a policeman was way better than studying. I, on the other hand, was ready to sit through hundreds of hours of Russia literature just to escape the lieutenant's oppressive stare. His brown eyes felt around the classroom looking for me. Hair stood on the back of my neck, and an icicle had lodged in my gut.
А правда, что Бабурина маньяк убил?
Екатерина, ну-ка цыц. Вопросы здесь взрослые задают.
Просто нам всем страшно. Может, убийца бродит где-то рядом? Или сидит у нас за спиной?
Her sly stare was directed at me. Tikhonov stepped in between the rows of desks and started walking at excruciatingly slow pace, brushing his fingers against the chair as he passed by. Some of the students almost broke their necks following his movements. That's how a crowd of commoners would gleefully anticipate a public execution in the Middle Ages. And he just walked, getting closer and closer to me. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from screaming. Calm down. Breathe. You didn't kill or kidnap anyone. He already knew the answer to his question, but the policeman still asked in a stern voice.
Петров Антон?
Да.
Встань, Петров.
My muscles turned to stone. I got up, unglued myself from the chair. I felt like I could hear all my joints creak in the process. I only wish that Paulina wouldn't turn around and see the grimace of horror on my face. If only I could be somewhere far away, in the forest, digging myself into a snow pile, rolling up into a ball there. The officer stared at me, as if he was about to lock a pair of handcuffs on my wrist. I wonder how cold these bracelets are to the touch. I imagine myself getting jailed and put into a juvenile detention center where tens of simians would constantly harass me.
Я ничего не знаю. Я тут ни при чем.
А тебя никто и не обвиняет. Пока что.
Only then I noticed a file that said case number in his hand, and it had a gray cover made from rough carton. It flopped onto the desk like a guillotine blade that slid down on someone's neck. With a measured motion, Tikhonov opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. I caught a glimpse of documents and photos. They showed prints on the snow. They looked like animal prints.
Ты с Семеном Бабуриным общался?
Я знал его всего 1 неделю.
Все знают, Петров его ненавидел.
No one hated him. He just stole my fucking glasses. I turned red. You ugly bitch. I wanted to sink my teeth into Katia's face and chew at her cheek. Instead, I replied with the calmest voice I could muster.
Мы повздорили вчера. Но он первый начал. Я его ударил.
Сильно?
Да нет, так.
I waved my hand indecisively. Tikhonov looked at my fist as if he was surprised that I managed to hit the big kid from the photo. Surprisingly, Lilia Pavlovna came to my rescue.
Бабурин проблемный подросток. С шилом кое-где.
Did you steal it, though? That ain't it. The officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out a notebook of this file.
Это твое?
I averted my gaze. It was a math notebook with my name on it. My classmates devoured me greedily with their eyes. It felt like even the writers of the portrait squinted at me in suspicion.
Моё.
В лесу нашли. Там же тракторист, что снег убирал в последний раз, видел Бабурина.
I started blinking in bewilderment. Romko ransacked my school bag. This notebook probably just got lost somewhere in the bushes. The lieutenant knew about the school brawl, but was he aware of the fight in the forest clearing? I had witnesses that could testify to Simeon and I walking in different directions after that. I looked toward the boys, hopeful. Romko, who sat behind Tikhonov, put a finger to his lips. And when the officer quickly turned around, he pretended to pick on his nose. I deciphered his signal. Boys like Romko would probably say something like, snitches get stitches in a situation like this. I frantically fixed my glasses. Wait, Simeon took them away yesterday, but now they're...
Так что ты делал вчера в лесу, Антон?
Я в школу через лес хожу. Могла выпасть легко.
Easily, just like me producing this half-truth.
Будь осторожнее.
Before I could realize whether it was a genuine piece of advice or a veiled threat, the teacher said.
Класс. А сейчас лейтенант расскажет о правилах, которые вам необходимо соблюдать.
Так маньяк все-таки есть.
Пока мы ничего вам сказать не можем. Но есть преступник или нет, вы должны четко помнить о собственной безопасности. Вас бережет милиция, вас опекают родители и учителя. Но в первую очередь защищать себя должны вы сами. Итак, кто там что хотел узнать?
A stockade of arms rose from the desks.
А у вас оружие с собой? А покажите пистолет.
The kids shouted over each other, swarming the policemen with questions. And in an attempt to calm down the chorus, he moved toward the blackboard. The gray file was left lying in front of me. I stared at it, my breathing so ragged that it might have looked like someone who just ran a 100-meter sprint. Beads of sweat rolled down my back. I looked around the classroom. My classmates were catching officers' every word. Only Romka was saying something to Biasha. Lilia Pavlovna was staring at the window, and into the window, fighting back yawns.
Комендантский час, причин пока нет.
As soon as I touched the folder, Tikhonov lashed at me with his eyes. My hand instinctively moved away as if the stare actually hurt. The officer just kept staring at me without saying a word, making me squirm under the weight of this uncomfortable silence and sneering looks of my classmates. And then he suddenly continued his speech as if nothing ever happened.
Слишком мало времени прошло с момента исчезновения вашего одноклассника. Мы все уверены, что он найдется живым и здоровым.
Oh, I gotta wait when he's not looking.
Но сразу после уроков.
Yikes. I clanged my teeth from surprise, pushed myself into the back of my chair, blinking in bewilderment. The officer silently gathered his documents and gave me a stern look.
Больно ты любопытный, Петров. И еще раз.
Let me say this again. I don't understand Russian. What the fuck else am I supposed to do?
Если вы заметите в поселке кого-то подозрительного, неважно, возле школы или на лесной тропинке, сразу сообщайте в милицию. Телефон-то знаете? Спасибо, ребята. Спасибо, Лилия Павловна. И это... Одноклассника вашего мы найдем.
Yeah, right. A thought flashed through my mind. Dig through enough ditches and maybe you'll be able to piece them together. Like Legos. My thoughts turned evil for some reason and I couldn't control them. I tried to switch to the lieutenant's speech about suspicious individuals. What if I saw the killer before? What if I was a hair's breadth away from them? Suspicious people. How suspicious was the fox girl that wandered into the darkness? A weirdo that always appears out of nowhere and then dissolves into thin air with her riddles and rhymes. Could she really harm the hulking simian? Should I tell the officer about her? Wait, what if I get mocked for speaking out? What if they'll start whispering behind my back, or what's even worse, think that I'm insane? Romka gave me a stern look over the shoulder. I doubted someone like him would approve of cooperating with the police. Katia's braid dangled nervously behind the delinquents sitting in front of me. My hand was glued to the
До
desk.
свидания, лейтенант.
Tikhonov was saying goodbye to Lilia Pavlovna. He was about to leave. It'll be too late soon. Yeah, I don't feel like having to deal with this fucking bully again. I'm gonna go figure out more about the fox girl. Anyway, if I fuck her over and put the cops on her, she won't be on my side, right? I've had enough of humiliation. Keep my head down like a bunny. But yeah, I mean, if you go against whatever she wants, she's not gonna help us or whatever. And I wanna dwell into that more. Hopefully Paulina comes back around. I lock my fingers and zip my mouth. Quiet as a mouse, all right. The bell rang. Lilia Pavlovna passed by without looking my way. Paulina left after her. My classmates went silent at the same time, as if someone muted the sound on a TV. They followed me with their eyes the whole time I was passed between the rows. Judgmental looks. I felt like I was in the scopes of mini sniper rifles. I squeezed through the barricade made of desks, looking for Paulina. But I stumbled into my new buddies instead. Romka swaggered up to me.
Решил сдать нас ментам?
You saw me stay silent, dumb dick.
Но я ничего не сказал.
Да то подумал на.
Romka towered over me, breathing out a faint smell of tobacco.
Ты сильно ошибаешься, думая, что без Сёмы у тебя настанут веселые деньки. Мы тебя сосвету сживем, понял? До скорого, очкарик.
These fucking kids, man. Just kick them in the nuts. He just slapped you. You can't...
Вот да лохна!
I wasn't surprised to find a note stuck to my back during the break. It said, "Kick me." My nightmare clearly wasn't about to end. It's been 7 days since the lieutenant visited our class. At first glance, everything was still the same. The forest still held out its gnarly claws toward the village, and the wind whipped up white flags weaved from powdery snow every night. When my parents argue in the other room, I would turn up the TV's volume to silence their muffled voices and sit close to Oya. Vova's and Simeon's photos were still 2 black spots on the notice board. But something did change. I could see how differently the looks of my classmates were. They met me with a new portion of pokes and insults. Contempt, mockery, and loneliness became my faithful companions. But most importantly, a shadow slid across my desk, leaving behind a mysterious note. I glanced into the space between rows, but the messenger was already nowhere to be found. Who sent me this note? What could this carefully ripped out and neatly folded piece of paper be hiding from me? More threats and humiliation, or... I took the piece of paper and carefully inhaled the wafting aroma. Blackberry. I'll be waiting at the cul-de-sac near the dressing room. Come alone. Hopefully it's not a setup. Inside was a message in beautiful handwriting. Yep, I'm waiting at a dead end near the dressing room. Come alone. Drunk on that sudden call, I immediately started walking, looking over my shoulder from time to time, making sure nobody is following me. Even though I suspected it could be another trap set up by Romka and Yasha at first, this buzzing thought soon left my mind. Though 2 of them didn't have enough combined brain power to fake Paulina's note so carefully. I didn't even notice how I almost broke into a run and I jumped around the corner. As soon as I did that, I rammed into somebody inside the dark nook.
Ой!
Like a magic bird, the green notebooks glided to my feet. Paulina puffed her cheeks in exaggerated anger.
Петров! Да ты совсем зрение потерял.
I fixed my glasses. My nearsightedness wasn't that embarrassing anymore. I bent down and picked up the notebook.
Прости, я так торопился. Ты меня ждала? Что случилось?
Paulina studied me with her eyes and clicked her tongue.
А знаешь, на что ты похож, Антоша? На блюзовую импровизацию.
I blinked in bewilderment.
Это как?
Для меня все люди с чем-то ассоциируются.
It's weird.
И для меня. Но не с музыкой же.
It's way too much. Names are hard enough for me. I don't need to associate my discography with them.
Вот как раз с музыкой. Бывают люди гитарные соло, или барабанный бой, или военный марш, как наша Лилия Павловна. А ты такой задумчивый, таинственный, иногда немного печальный. Ты точно блюз.
А почему импровизация?
А это когда слушатель не догадывается, куда свернет мелодия, какой темп возьмет.
It's a really... If some girl fucking described me like that, like in that much depth, I think I'd love her. Of course, some of the things Paulina said went completely over my head, but I couldn't stop looking at her smile, like a breeze in May, in her eyes, deep and blue.
Чтобы распознать в тебе музыку, нужен опыт и вкус. Это не какая-то там эстрада.
Я, наверное, вообще не знаю, что такое этот блюз.
Paulina gasped and frowned, which made her look even more beautiful.
Не произноси при мне такие слова. Я тебе обязательно дам кассету.
God, this kid's in full-blown love.
Раньше мне дедушка из города столько музыки привозил. И джаз, и свинг, и классику. Это он подметил, что у меня склад ума, как у музыканта. Я еще совсем маленькой пыталась на бумаге записать звуки природы. Пение дождя, леса.
Эх, мне бы твои уши.
А мне бы твои глаза.
I tensed up, worried that she was making fun of me, but Paulina shook her head.
Да-да, я серьезно. У тебя глаза художника. Смотришь на вещи и фиксируешь их. Я так не умею.
Katia walked past us with her trademark frosty glare. We dove in the shadows, trying to escape it.
Теперь понимаешь, почему мы тут прячемся? Вот из-за таких, как она.
I wonder what Paulina is. Clearly Katia is the mean girl, popular mean girl, whatever, and teacher's pet somehow. But what is Paulina? Is she kind of a loner too? Or is she popular? Seems like she'd be popular.
А Катька какая мелодия.
Paulina flashed me a sly smile.
Скрип несмазанных дверных петель. Знаешь, такой мерзкий дискант.
That was discount. I giggled, covering my mouth. Katia didn't hear our whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went her way. Yeah, fuck you. I remembered about the notebook I was still clutching in my hand. I turned it in my hands. Friends only. Instead of a subject name, the font side had the name of the owner in 2 words. Friends only.
Любопытной Варваре кое-что оторвали.
Прости, это анкета?
Заполнял когда-нибудь?
I lied that I had. In reality, girl classmates from my previous school had never asked me to fill their questionnaires, It was quite upsetting. Do they do that in Russia? They like give you a fucking pamphlet and see if you check off the boxes, or I don't know. Seems kind of fucking weird. And as a little kid, if you liked the girl, fucking nerve-wracking. I mean, it was a girly hobby. You just answer a set of standard questions about your favorite actors and colors. But entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. And maybe of something even more. Something I only had a vague idea about.
Хочешь, заполни мою?
My heartbeat quickened.
Хочу, спасибо.
Paulina giggled.
А хотя, там же столько секретов. Наверное, лучше тебе не знать, о чем мы, девочки, думаем.
She reached for the notebook, playing with me. I tossed my finding into the free hand. Paulina tried to intercept my move. Her hair briefly touched my face, tickling my nose with its silky locks. I sensed an aroma that immediately filled the whole world, fragrant, alluring, lively. If only I could picture it, steal it for myself. I felt dizzy, but I gathered myself and spoke in a voice reminiscent of Lieutenant Tikhonov.
Ваша анкета является важнейшей уликой, и я вынужден временно изъять ее для изучения.
Paulina covered her mouth that rounded in fake horror.
И что мне грозит за сокрытие улик?
Следствие покажет.
Сдаюсь, товарищ милиционер. Только обещайте ничего не читать. Здесь содержатся секретные сведения.
Боюсь, что мне все-таки придется выяснить, не влюблен ли кто в гражданина Петрова.
Paulina burst out laughing and pressed herself against my chest, showering me with the aroma of her hair and milky skin that looked almost transparent, with tiny threads of veins running under it. Her whisper was hot, like a piece of butter sizzling on a pan.
Тогда поклянитесь, что не станете разглашать информацию.
Bruh, I'm falling in love with her for this kid. What the fuck? It's wild that they have a fucking super dark undertone, missing kids and murder and stuff. But then there's also like a fucking high school romance. I don't know. It's just a cool, what's the word? Like dichotomy almost, I think.
Честная милицейская.
А теперь, Антоша, самое время поторопиться.
And now we hurry, Antosha. I took out the notebook during class, skimmed through it, reading into other people's preferences. I was quite surprised to discover Romka's jerky handwriting inside. Schwarzenegger over Stallone. I don't know, man. Rocky's pretty fucking crazy, and so is Rambo. What was Stallone? I mean, now that I think about it, Schwarzenegger never had like a movie, really, did he? Where he was the same character besides like Predators. Those were badass. But then you had Schwarzenegger doing other things like Kindergarten Cop, that was funny. So, and then Terminator was fucking, yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. His letters bulged out of its cells, as if embarrassed by their shapelessness. Fearsome Rumka found time for something so silly. I chuckled into my fist after I found out that Rumka's favorite cartoon is not even Darkwing Duck, but DuckTales. Somewhere in the distance, a teacher was reciting pieces of Andreev's Snapper. I paid them no mind. I think it's Andreev's. Paulina's page was decorated with flowery drawings and clippings from Cool Girl magazine. Her favorite musician is Schubert. Her best friend is her grandpa. Her hobby is not violin like I expected, but a much more mysterious listening. Can such a mundane process really be someone's hobby? I looked at Paulina's over the heads of other students. She was focusing on taking notes. I flipped the pages until I found a blank one and armed myself with a pen. Anton Petrov, Class 6B. I took a long time to decide on my favorite musician until a trendy pop band, Carman, came to mind with the cool dancers in their music video. Techno pop. 80s to early 90s. Favorite holiday? This one's easy. New Year. My hobby is drawing. My dream? Going to Disneyland, I guess. My hero. My hand moved on its own, writing DA. I stopped on those two letters. What if those who read this after me will find my answer laughable and stupid? After thinking for a bit, I decided that not everything should be disclosed on paper. That's how Daw turned into Spydar, man. Spelling was wrong, but who cares? Bro, that's way worse. Your biggest fear, huh? I immediately wrote, losing a person who's dear to me. Your phone number. No secret here. 303-95. Not your birth date, dude. Your favorite cartoon. Transformers. Is that that's just his birthday, not your phone number. Unless that's how they do shit over there, because there's no O instead of the 3. Your best friend. I hesitated, gnawing on the pen's cap. Your best friend. I read that question out loud. It was easy, but at the same time, very important. The answer to that was my sister's name, so I carefully wrote it into the squares. Olya. Olya. I repeated my sister's name while sneaking out of the school. There was a cute, freshly drawn dragon in my notebook that I made to please my beloved sister. In this land of darkness and deceit, her support was the only thing that inspired me to keep drawing and stopped me from losing hope in humanity. Refreshing, frosty air made my cheeks turn beet red. It was bright outside and the sun looked like a whole egg yolk. The road looked as if it was silvered. The snow sparkled under the sunlight. I smiled, squinting from the blinding whiteness. Who cares if I don't have any true friends anymore? I have something more important. Someone who needs my help, who will never betray or hurt me. Family is the most important thing ever. That's what Dad always told me.
Слышь, хорош рыбу тянуть.
My numb lips immediately shrank. Yasha was shuffling his feet in the middle of the yard, his boots restless on the ice.
Я не тяну.
I tried to go around him to no avail. Lady Fortune waved me goodbye, disappearing in the early twilight.
Торопишься на?
Немного. Меня папа ждет.
Я ему Ему тиркну на пейджер, что ты не
I'll shoot
придешь.
him a pager message that you're not coming, eh? I can't believe they have a pager in the fucking, like, encyclopedia for us. I remember pagers. A wireless telecommunication device that receives and displays alphanumeric. Yeah, I remember pagers. They fucking suck. My eye flinched unwittingly. My skin dampened.
Идем, к тебе дельце есть.
This kid must have done... He's probably the reason he's fucking missing. I felt chills run all over my body. I didn't like the sound of that small business. Those words, accompanied by spitting, normally hid very dark deeds underneath them. Strangers that used to call our old apartment used to say, "Get your old man, we have a small business to discuss." Yasha turned around. He looked like an astronaut in his tight hood. If I were to imagine him as a sound, he'd be a deafening whistle, a signal given by someone who stands watch. To my demise, there was nobody at the backyard, apart from the grim-faced Rompka. He stood there, his feet wide apart, with his right hand hidden behind his back. Rompka's dry lips were tightly pursed as he kept shooting glances at me as he looked around.
Привел на.
Вижу. Ну, здорово, Антоша.
Что тебе нужно?
He slowly took out a thin, carnivorously shiny blade from behind his back. A knife, the steel butterfly of death that flies toward the victim's heartbeat. I stepped back instinctively and rammed my back into Yasha. Rumka's minion pushed me back.
А мы с Бешей хотели узнать, ты не держишь на нас обиду?
Rumka started picking on his yellow nail, looking at me with an evil smirk on his face.
Ну, там, в лесу. Мы были немного грубы с тобой.
Are they scared
Как
of him now?
понимает, такое у нас воспитание.
Да, до вас, городских, далеко. Вот порой нас и заносит.
I nodded, my eyes glued to the knife. The blade glowed under the setting sun, and Rumka's eyes had the same evil glow. He stepped toward me. His knife traveled inches away from my coat. One movement and steel would cut into the cloth, and if he pushes deeper...
Нам одна птичка напела. Ты опять возле Полины отирался?
He must have a crush on Paulina, right? Man, fuck this kid. How does he have a fucking butterfly knife? We're like 10 or 12, aren't we? I guess that's not that old. For being a fucking poor kid in Russia. I was so scared that it took me a while to remember who Paulina was. My brain was malfunctioning, my knees were shaking. Suddenly, our class rep slowly walked up to Rumka from behind.
О, смотрю, мальчики, вы нашли общий язык.
За мной должок, Катька.
Ой, не благодари, Ромочка. Я всегда
does
на
like her.
страже настоящей любви.
So did Katia write that fucking letter?
Да-да-да.
Da-da-da. That sounds crazy. Imagine saying yes, yes, yes to someone. It's weird. I'll kill you, I swear.
Так, я не слышу. Ты к Полине подходил или нет?
Мы
She was near
так
me, big dog.
болтали.
I can't help it. She's into me.
Болтать будешь кишками, когда я тебе брюхо вскрою.
The blade slid across my sleeve with its dull side and reached my collar. The wind made my face cold, but a bead of sweat still trickled from my temple. A switch flipped in my head. It's all made sense now. I remembered Romka's constantly sneaking glances at Paulina. I remembered his scrawly handwriting in the questionnaire. Why didn't I study it more in depth? Yeah, that kid probably fucking stole her notebook and filled one out.
Еще раз замечу рядом с Полинкой, пеняй на себя. Шишкой не отделаешься. Усек?
Да.
Nah, don't. Fuck that. I mean, he does have a knife. Pick your battles. You're right. Good call, Anton. I would've got us stabbed.
Пшел вон!
I was probably so hypnotized by the knife that Romka had to repeat his threat.
Вон!
I thought about the cold, sharp blade when retreating from the yard. I was asking myself whether I had enough courage to break the promise I made to these bastards. The aftertaste of horrible water I drank down by my meds lingered in my mouth. My thoughts were focused on Paulina, but Romka's threat was always on my mind. I wandered around the house feeling intoxicated and nodded to everything my sister said without trying to discern her words. Oya was talking nonstop, at times lifting up her arms and laughing, only to then suddenly go quiet and give me my own signature gnarly look. I was yanked out of this prison of my own mind where seething thoughts pecked at my brain like harpies, stopping me from coming back to reality. I stared back. Oya looked up a mini version of our mom right now. Well, to be precise, she looked like the person Mom turned into when we moved here, with her intimidating posture and her eyebrows directed toward the ceiling.
Ты меня не слушал, так?
She tried spitting out these words at me, copying facial expressions of the person she spent almost all of her free time with. For a moment, I felt like the light Oya exuded all these years waned and wavered in the wind of prolonged changes. Very soon, my beautiful princess would turn into a dragon that was once guarding her prison tower. That thought was much scarier to me than any other horror sneaking up to me for the future.
Оля, прости. Ты же не сердишься, правда? Я просто задумался.
I looked around the room, my gaze jumping from one object to another like a hungry beast, trying to find anything that could distract. I think it's just a typo. Distract Oya.
А давай в приставку поиграем.
I've seen a bunch of typos and like translation mix-ups, it seemed like. Oya pouted, but there was a spark of interest in her small emerald eyes. The Snow Queen's ice shard inside them started thawing.
А как же второй джойстик? Не работает же.
Always give the kid a controller that's not plugged in.
А папе починить некогда.
Можем из пистолета пострелять. В ковбоев или уток, хочешь?
Ты лучше меня играешь.
Да ладно тебе.
Get good, kid. Hit your shots, kid.
Поди целый день тренировалась, пока меня дома не было.
Oya burst out laughing. Her heart was warm once again.
А как ты догадался? Я сейчас знаешь, какая меткая. Считай, уже проиграл.
Не на того напала. Включай скорее.
Little Oya jumped toward the TV set. After flicking the power switch, started blindly feeling around the backside of the photon, trying to plug the console's cable into the antenna input. Hell yeah, Bruce Lee. Bits of TV shows started flashing on the CRT screen when I armed myself with the remote to look for the channel with the sought-after Dendy signal. It was Home Alone.
Что дома интересного происходило?
It was a mundane question for me. I didn't put any actual meaning behind it, but Olya's expression suddenly changed. She lost all the childish nonchalantness she worked so hard to acquire before.
Оль, что-то случилось?
My sister managed to put the cable in its place and started brushing off her dust-covered hand. She was clearly looking for the courage to discontinue the conversation.
Мама,
Olya went silent, and for a moment, I thought I saw tears welling up in her eyes.
у нее опять был этот страшный...
My sister looked at me with wet eyes.
Приступ.
She had a fit, huh? This has happened before, but it was a rare occasion. Now that we'd moved to this godforsaken place, Mom's fits rose in frequency.
Папа принес большую рыбу. Она в газету была завернута и пахла так... Блэ.
Blah.
А мама опять начала злиться. Потом взяла нож.
Olya squirmed, looking fearfully out the window.
Они начали громко ругаться. И...
I froze. Imagine my little sister so small and unnoticeable, standing in the kitchen doorway. She wasn't even trying to hide. Our parents just paid her no mind at all.
Потом мама ударила. Вот так!
Olya slightly moved her fist downward, imitating a strike.
Рыбу! Она была живая тоже. Ей было больно. А мама... Мама...
It was easy to imagine what happened next. The writhing fish with a blade between its fins squirted some foul-smelling musk into Mom's face. Whenever death got this close to my mom, be it a person was hit by a bus in front of us and their blood was smeared all over the windshield, or when Grandpa chopped off a chicken's head, Mom would always get into a weird, dreadful fit. Her eyes would roll over, she would fall on her face like a freshly cut tree, and started writhing just like that agonizing fish, turning over chairs and blurting out bits of scary sentences.
Папа, он ей помог?
Jesus Christ, Mom's having a seizure? Olya shuddered, as if just remembering me had pained her.
Да, но вначале... Он засмеялся тоже.
What the fuck?
Так страшно, когда увидел, что маме плохо.
Oh fuck, he's spiteful of her.
А потом вдруг заплакал.
Olya's story made me raise an eyebrow. It seemed like the forest oozing madness had not only completely consumed our mom, but also infected our strong and courageous dad. I quickly stepped toward Olya and locked her in a tight embrace. She dug her face into my chest and I could feel my shirt becoming wet.
Зачем они так издеваются друг над другом тоже? Они сумасшедшие.
I stuttered, unable to justify the actions of our parents. I had ran out of words, and all I could do was hug Olya even tighter. Did not expect that. Olya screamed and hid behind me. This game is really fun, man. It's immersive.
Переключи скорей!
No matter how many times she saw this intro, she would always react the same. Just like when she saw that owl. I mean, I also got goosebumps every time this ghastly face appeared on the screen, so I immediately complied with my sister's request. Her face. BIB. TV company logo depicting a ceramic head of the Chinese philosopher Liu Shang, I don't know, with a three-legged toe on top of his head, and instilled horror in the whole generation of the 90s kids in Russia. Curious to see what that is now. It's not scary at all. Alright. I mean, alright. Hell yeah, you got to get shit on, oh yeah. Finally, the game selection screen showed up for the cartridge that was bundled with the console. Too bad most of the names here were just different levels of the same game. Well, no shit, that's what games were, you had levels. I picked up the gray rectangular controller and started looking around the pixel letters to find the familiar English word for duck. Background music from the menu soothed Olya's mind, and she asked in a calm voice,
А как твои дела в школе?
so what is that supposed to be, a Super Nintendo?
Ничего хорошего. Школа новая, а достается мне по-прежнему. Словно и не переезжали никуда. Задолбало.
Before despair could lead me down its depressing road toward the clutches of oppressive thoughts, something evil writhed deep inside my skull, awakening wild and pleasant memories.
Хотя, знаешь, кое-что хорошее все же случилось.
Olya watched with hope-filled eyes as a wicked smile spread on my face, faintly resembling the wound from a box cutter knife.
Еще один мальчик пропал.
Тоша, разве это хорошо? Почему ты так говоришь?
My sister's voice trembled when she looked into my eyes through the thick lenses.
Знаешь, а может, тот пропавший Вова сам виноват, что с ним это случилось?
Yikes, Anton.
Может, он совершил нечто настолько плохое, что не заслуживал жить.
Не будь таким жестоким, пожалуйста!
Olya pressed her knees into her chin and hugged them with her hands, trying to take up less space, as if she wanted to shrink or even disappear altogether. What fucking happens? Oh shit, I need to place my bets for fantasy. Give me a sec. It was the only reasonable thing for us to do, go missing among all the other broken toys. Never encounter evil parents or mad classmates. We're the only ones left for each other, the only ones who can protect, listen, and sympathize. Which means she's bound to listen to what I think about them all. These beasts, pretending to be children that are so eager to bully the weak. It was my turn to speak.
Думаю, они не последние.
My breathing quickens, my fingers start banging on the wooden floor.
Такие люди, как они, недостойны жить, ходить с нами в одну школу. Смотреть на твой свет.
Just like that, Anton became an incel. My thoughts got tangled. They slipped away, along with my calmness.
Тошенька, хватит! Ты меня пугаешь!
Не бойся, я смогу тебя защитить.
Then I finally noticed that Olya was looking at me like I was a stranger.
Кто ты?
The rage that welled up inside me subsided. It hid under the guise of my cowardliness, leaving me alone with the growing feeling of guilt for scaring my sister.
Оленька, прости, я не хотел. Видимо, я схожу с ума в этой школе.
She rushed to embrace me, barely holding back her tears.
Все хорошо, Тоша. Только, пожалуйста, пожалуйста, никогда так больше не говори.
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
Olya flashed me a bitter smile.
А сам сказал, что так говорить нехорошо.
Ты права, давай лучше играть.
Только чур я первая.
Do I actually get to do this? Oh shit.
Считай, это я тебе поддалась.
All right. Should I let her win or? Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna let her win. Oh. Damn, bro.
Это ты виноват, что я промазала.
All right. Damn, I missed both of them? Bounce down a bit.
Несидова! Ты ближе к экрану стоял! Я с тобой так больше не играю!
Антон! Антон! Антон, тебя к телефону! Девочка какая-то!
Oh shit. I guess that was our number. That's how they do it in Russia. It's fucking weird. I sobered up in an instant and rushed to the hallway.
Не споткнись, смотри.
I grabbed the phone, pressed it into my chest, looking at my mom. She shrugged and went into the room, gathering the toys thrown around by Olya as she went.
Алло?
У твоей мамы такой молодой голос.
А, ну да, она сама молодая.
Не мешаю?
Нет, что ты.
If only she knew how costly this conversation could be for me, what risks I took on just answering this call. There were a pen and a shabby notepad lying on this nightstand. I picked them up and started moving the tip of the pen across the paper, producing chaotic doodles that always ended up turning into hearts.
Я тут подумала, мне надо тебе сказать кое-что.
I froze. It can't be. Does she like me?
В последнее время у тебя такой потерянный вид. А сегодня в школе на тебе буквально лица не было.
I couldn't find words. My heart was aflutter in anticipation.
Я хочу сказать, я на твоей стороне.
A smile was spreading on my face in anticipation for Paulina's next words.
И мне тебя очень жаль.
Yikes.
Такие хорошие ребята, как ты, заслуживают большего.
That's kind of a good thing.
Мне очень хочется верить, что однажды ты найдешь в себе силы дать отпор, и другие перестанут тебя задирать.
She's kind of calling you a pussy. The pen fell out of my weak fingers. Is that all she's going to say?
Может, даже девушку найдешь.
She sounded as if she were unsure of her own words.
Короче, знай, ты славный парень.
It was a total failure. Compassion instead of an invitation to hang out.
Ты тут?
Before I could reply, Olya descended the stairs. She was holding some book in a pink cover, Encyclopedia of a Young Lady.
Ты долго еще?
I covered the handset with my hand.
Я разговариваю. Что случилось?
Почитай мне, пожалуйста. мама уснула.
Иди к себе, я сейчас.
Только быстрее, ладно?
Ладно.
My last reply sounded excessively annoyed. I sighed, watching my sister running up the stairs.
Алло, Полина?
Прости, мне надо бежать. Представляешь, кое-кто втюрился в меня и теперь оттирается у моих окон, требуя сходить с ним на свидание.
That's a fucking Romka or
Пойду
whatever.
прогоню его, пока дедушка не проснулся. Или, может, дать ему шанс?
I bit my lower lip in jealousy.
Если интересно, расскажу тебе завтра. Мы, в конце концов, друзья.
Friends. At least she didn't say we were besties.
Да, конечно. Добрый.
Buzzer hammered at my brain. Dirty slut. An angry voice spoke through the teeth in my brain. Like a restless zombie devoid of consciousness, I dragged my feet up the staircase. I wish I could tell Dad, ask for his manly advice. But he doesn't show up home until late at night because of his new job. My parents don't have time for me, to put it lightly.
Ну, где твоя книжка?
I stuttered. The kid's room was empty.
Оль?
She probably snuck into my room. I started walking down the corridor. The room was infested with shadows. The blinds were wavering like someone was hiding behind them. I smiled, sneaked toward the window, and threw open the curtain.
Попалась!
There was nobody behind the cloth. What's in the yard? The window was a TV screen showing wintry scenery. The lamppost, the field, and a couple of walking figures in the middle of it. Alisa and Olya. I gasped and pressed my fist to my mouth, sinking my teeth into it. Alisa was leading Olya into the thicket. I needed less than a minute to hurriedly dress and brushed out the house. My heart was beating like a firing machine gun. The wind carried the cold, resinous smell of coniferous trees from the forest. Freezing air crackled somewhere in the field. Two shadows loomed in front of the gate. I could only recognize them as my sister and the fox girl because of their height. I ran towards its fence, listening to the howling wind and squeaking snow. One of the figures moved and slowly glided toward the thicket like an ice skater. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying in vain to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Worry landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. A snake woke up in my belly and started writhing. I felt nauseous. I thought about my home, the flimsy fortress I'd left behind. I finally caught up to my sister dressed only in a coat.
Оля!
Ты видел лисичку?
Оля, зачем ты вышла на улицу? Если мама узнает...
My sister froze in place, facing the taiga. She was in hand's reach, and I put my numb wrist on her shoulder for some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. Fuck! A pointy beak was directed at me, strewn with feathers that formed an owl face. Something wearing a bird mask was staring at me.
Ого, не узнает.
The voice sounded exactly like Olya's, but there was somebody else behind the feathers in the carton. I sprinted away as if I got whipped. The masked creature only pretended to be Olya, just to lure me out. I was running like crazy, drowning in snow. Yellow light in its windows granted me hope. My mom and sister were there, my salvation. I couldn't hear anything from behind me, as if nobody was chasing me. Maybe it's because the house came from. I was already climbing the porch when I noticed another figure. From the soot behind the black shadow of my house, a scruffy wolf cub crawled out and stood in my way. Its movements were jerky, chaotic, as if it was performing some terrifying dance, or convulsing during a stroke. And even though I could clearly see that the wolf face was a mask. Something in this werewolf's convulsion made me freeze in place. The boy in the wolf's costume rubbed his side against the boy's chest and covered his nose. He bent his back so hard that it expected his spine to crack. The beast's eyes shining, but he didn't attack. He kept crawling around and running on all fours. I shifted my feet and my mouth agape, trying to feed him in my line of sight. Something was dripping from the slit in the mask. Viscous drops fell to the wooden planks. Saliva. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering at me to save myself. The fence was flashing by at the edge of my vision. I was running in another direction this time, toward the toothy edge of the forest that smelled of pine. My heartbeat measured time. The wolf grabbed me out of the back, shot his revenge. My right leg got stuck in the stone blade in the cavity. I yanked it out, cursing and I fell to the ground. Plastic snow prevented me from standing up, propping myself against anything. My unbound thirst for help, for life, held me, and I get out of the trap. Darkness was creeping close. Trees covered my head. I ran at them, gasping for air and screaming. My hair swayed in the wind. I lost my hat when I fell down. My ears were now hot and cold, while most of my body was still sweaty. The field finally ended. After realizing that running into the forest wasn't the smartest decision I could make, I dove onto the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covered in like bombs. I don't know how loosened an eye with some random branch. Branches bit my clothes, pricked my skin like creatures that were converted as big as a predator. A knot of roots, I rammed into the scratchy trunk, slid down its base, and looked around in a panic.
Ух, какой ты быстрый!
My first desire was to dash towards her and hug her. I resisted it and squeezed myself even tighter into the pine.
Что ты здесь делаешь?
Да вот,
You don't say.
в бюро находок подрабатываю. Надевай, а то уши замерзнут, а потом, глядишь, и вовсе отвалятся.
I squinted in suspicion and shifted my gaze back and forth between her and the hat, scared that Elisa might be holding a severed head or something even more sinister. But in the end, my hat turned out to be just my hat. I took it and pulled it over my forehead.
Тепло?
I didn't reply.
Там во дворе были какие-то дети.
И что, покусали тебя, что ли?
Нет.
А чего же ты убежал?
The answer was obvious, but after rolling the thought on my tongue, I mumbled,
Не знаю.
Эх, обещала не обзывать тебя дурачком. А я обещание исполняю.
She walked up to me and grabbed me by the elbow. I sensed the familiar aroma of mint, oranges, and burnt sparklers. I wanted to lean into Alice, to savor the minute details of her smell.
Сколько можно повторять? Со мной ты в безопасности. Я твой друг. И они.
I quickly turned around toward the place the fox girl was pointing to. Kids in masks appeared at the clearing. At least they looked like kids, since they were all pretty short. A wolf boy, an owl girl, and a bear boy. They all huffed and gasped for air, clearly tired from running around.
Я думала, ты в снег провалился. Стало снег копать, нет тебя.
А я не копал, лень копать было. А ну как получается? Если дурак, ты бегай да копай.
I don't know what the fuck is going on right now, man.
А если умный, подожди, пока другие набегаются, накопаются и устанут. И уж тогда заводи разговор.
Как я рад! Дегенерат!
А?
Не обращай внимания, он со странностями.
He's the weirdo, right? I stood there stupefied, my mouth agape and my hands dangling helplessly. I had no idea how to react to the words of these late-night guests, but I managed to squeeze out something resembling a smile.
Вы просто меня напугали.
They started looking at each other, and somebody even snorted as if I had said something funny.
Да, да, лесоправа!
That kid is a fucking weirdo.
Это он.
Нет, это наш!
Неужели нашли?
Наш зайчик.
Да-да, похож.
The wolf boy started wagging part of his costume like it was his tail in excitement.
Первый! Ну, конечно, ты первый! Это волчик раньше всех почуял зайчика в тебе и рассказал нам.
Здравствуй.
Are they just a bunch of fucking furries? What the hell?
С нашей совушкой ты знаком не понаслышке. Не такая уж она и страшная, правда?
Да, наверное.
А этот улыбчивый бугай — медвежутка. Ты лучше с ним поласковее, а то голову откусит.
Зачем это?
Да, смотрю, ты чувство юмора где-то обронил.
I was still unsure if these peculiar little animals had the best intentions in mind, so I hid my hands behind my back, trying to look away from the gaping holes of their carnival masks. Alisa put her hands to her side in a theatrical manner and somehow managed to wink with her fox face.
Когда в следующий раз придем, будем звенеть в колокольчики, чтобы ты не так боялся нашего визита.
А у нас разве есть колокольчики?
Чур, я звенеть не буду. У меня лапка болит.
His smile was no longer fake.
О, зубы показал! Это добрый знак. Не ожидала, что сможем тебя рассмешить. Я думала, это под силу только Диснейленду.
Откуда ты знаешь?
Да так, прочитала кое-где.
Про меня?
Про клюв от воробья. Про Диснейленд, Яхонтов.
Ты умеешь читать по-человечески?
Зря я, что ли, в школу хожу день ото дня.
I don't know that word. And then she sang in a coquettish voice.
Как детей не замечать, как мечты их развенчать. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе. Крепко-накрепко вломить, с детства слабеньких чморить. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе.
What the fuck? My new acquaintances didn't seem scary anymore. On the contrary, they looked friendly and welcoming. There was something about them that attracted me. Just like this clearing, this moon, and the snowflakes that fell backwards from the ground to the sky as if someone was rewinding a tape. The masked kids got close and I felt their touch. They gave me friendly taps, felt my clothes as if checking whether I was real. There was no animalistic malice in their touch, only pure, childish curiosity. For some reason, I thought to myself, I can trust them. Snowflakes just kept on floating upwards.
Никто тебя больше не обидит.
Друг, пусть только попробуют.
The fox gave me a slight tug and burst out laughing.
Ну что, Тоша, убежишь с воплями или с нами пойдешь?
I don't know if I trust him, but I'm gonna go with it.
Куда?
На аттракционы!
At that moment, Taiga's deceptive silence was broken by the sound of a distant flute. Mesmerizing and alluring, it brought about the ring of crystal glass and the whispers of a fresh winter spring. If I had any doubts before, the flute's song shattered the last of them. I started following my new friends before I could even make my decision. My legs carried me of their own will, and the tunnels made of pines stepped apart. Bushes bowed in front of our possession. Everything looked dreamlike. Because even the clearing we ended up on, I only saw in my dream. The flute soared up into the treetops like some fantastical bird. The snowflakes floated up in a spiral. The moon painted trees, branches with silver. Elisa gasped in amazement. I was also in awe. I tilted my head backwards as far as I could.
О, красиво как.
Очень красиво.
Это мелочи. Я покажу гораздо больше.
Yeah, this seems fucking dark. I wanted to see what the fox girl saw with her eyes, hidden in the semi-dark of her cape. Now I didn't feel weird about these masked kids. I felt weird for being the only one without a mask. I felt like I was naked in the January winds.
Скажите, а зачем вам маски?
I was trembling, but I wasn't scared. My trembling wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from the peculiar anxiousness, the anticipation of something amazing.
А тебе зачем?
I touched my cold cheek.
Но я без маски.
Обожаю человеческие сказки.
Человеческие ласки.
Человеческие дрязги.
Я же говорила. Все жители поселка носят маски. Только скрываются за ними отнюдь не люди.
И даже я?
Ты такой рассеянный, Антон.
Однажды мы уже нашли твои очки.
И шапку. И твое настоящее лицо.
I looked at the mask the fox was holding out to me. The bunny mask that looked like a silver ingot under the moonlight. I was curious to see what the world through its slits. Suddenly, fighting its way through the flute's melody, a thought came to me. The glasses they found were in Simeon's possession. My new acquaintances must have known what happened to him. Or even worse.
А куда подевался Семён? Что с ним стало? И с остальными детьми?
The bear and the owl looked at each other. The wolf boy curled into a ball and the fox lowered the pointy nose of her mask.
Тот, кого держали в клетке.
Тот, кто режет мелко-мелко. Тот, кто носит кожаное лицо, забрал их.
Умел бы я креститься, перекрестился бы.
Хотите сказать, это был человек?
Чем ты только слушал? Разве можно назвать такого, как он, человеком?
Одно слово — взрослый.
В мире взрослых так легко потеряться.
Убийцы, жестокие дрессировщики и равнодушные родители. Лучше лучше об этом вовсе не думать, чтобы не грустить. Не знаю, как вам, а мне печалиться совсем не хочется.
И я сегодня какой-то негрустный. Антон, а ты?
А?
I was lost in thought, staring at the pines, trying to pinpoint the location of the flute. I was sure that the person who played it was standing right behind the piney stockade. Someone tall, going over the holes in the flute with their long fingers.
Так что, сядем тосковать или займемся отдыхом?
Алиса хотела что-то показать.
Давай начнем с самой сладкой части программы.
The fox girl took out a handful of candy from her pocket and handed them to each of the kids. Covers shuffled, the smell of pineapple, cocoa, and melon wafted through the air. The last treat, a chocolate-covered waffle candy, Elisa put right into my mouth. My tongue was engulfed in spiciness. It felt like my body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. I chewed on the waffle and the chocolate, gulped them down, enjoying the vivid taste.
Спасибо.
My gratitude was barely audible because my lips were already touching the insides of a mask. I didn't even notice how I put it against my face. The paper mache was warm. The mask stuck to my skin, giving it a nice prickle. The kind when you dive into a hot bath after being outside in the winter, when you lie there and purr from the soapy water.
Говорила же, это твое!
Мое!
Чего стоим? За нас веселиться никто не будет.
И то верно.
The melody kept swirling in the field like a hurricane. I couldn't wait to release the energy, the heat that this enchanting music was filling me with. I heard her laughter from somewhere above, and then she landed back, huffing and sighing.
И ты так можешь. Попробуй.
I followed suit. This has to be like a fucking dream or something, right? My feet tore off from the ground. I flew towards the stars like a rocket and screamed from happiness after seeing my friends down below. The wind helped me fly. It felt like I was jumping on a huge trampoline. The stars looked like vivid sparkles that I could reach and lick up. The moon also got closer, and then I plunged. I got scared that I'd break my legs for a moment, but my soles landed softly on the ground and I regained my balance.
С нами ты в безопасности! И все твои мечты станут явью! Я так счастлива наконец обрести тебя! Зайчик!
Bunny. In a fit of merry laughter, I realized that the most important thing these four were not a threat. My real enemies, and I felt that with every single hair on my mask, were those that knew nothing about magic, humans from the village. I also realized how alive my surroundings have become. I heard the dry grass under the snow moan. I saw faces of the trees and the stars. The trees were smirking and the stars were grimacing in fear. That's right, be scared, I'll jump up to you and... I snapped my teeth and let out a jubilant laugh, jumping up along with the fox. We flew higher than the tallest pine and stayed in the air. I swore, Elisa followed me around. I knew that she was smiling, so I smiled too. And the flute just kept on playing, carrying us higher and higher.
Эй, тебя что, заколдовали?
That's someone standing next to me, I thought, trying to unglue my chin from the desk. My muscles felt slightly sore, but that feeling was pleasant. The whole class was wandering about for some reason, whispering and passing notes to each other. Their faces looked like discolored masks to me, bleak and boring. I yawned, remembering the time I was soaring high above the forest with Elisa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hand. Perhaps, no, probably, it was all just a dream. Because I didn't walk back from the forest, just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. Still, I was hardly worried about trying to find a rational explanation for my night dance. The feeling of flight was much more important. The knowledge of how it feels to be hanging in the air above the treetops of majestic pines and baring my teeth at the moon.
Прости, задумался.
Слышал уже про Катю?
А?
I glanced at the empty seat in front of me. Maybe it wasn't a dream, because they are taking out everyone that's been shitty to us.
Катя пропала.
My sleepiness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicion.
Как пропала? Быть не может.
Yikes. Holy shit. This has to be the last episode, I think.
Я сама не поверила, но Лилия Павловна на работу не вышла. Контрольная отменяется.
Good. Test is off. I remembered Katya. She was both beautiful and mean. First girl in our class whose body started maturing to the envy of all the other female students. Main source of gossip, a snake, and a bitch. I continued scribbling in my notebook, drawings, rows of pines, and two small figures flying between the treetops in the full moon. Shivers ran up to my shoulders, sneaking playfully under the hem of my shirt. Even though soaring through the sky felt so simple, there was still something evil weighing me down. The culprit was definitely still in the village. They were hiding something horrible under a mask of piousness.
А что ты рисуешь?
Embarrassed, I covered the notebook as if there was something shameful about the figures above the forest.
Да ничего, так, дурака валяю.
Paulina put her elbows on the desk. I had already forgotten how light and graceful she was, just like a violin. The anger and rage that boiled inside me yesterday during our phone call subsided, hid in a hole. I just couldn't stay mad at Paulina. I wish she could also jump around with us after stripping away her mask of fake mundanity. I smiled, imagining Paulina's skirt flapping in the wind, the stars sparkling all around us, her asking in bewilderment whether it's all a dream. And myself telling her that it doesn't matter. Paulina's expression grew dark again.
Ужасно еще и то, что Катю мне жалеть сложно. Я правда ищу в себе сострадание, но вспоминаю ее поступки и...
Paulina shook her head.
Я чудовище, да?
No, I thought. You're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met, but alas, you're only number 2 on that list. I decided not to say that one out loud.
Плохо, наверное, что исчезновение анкеты расстроило меня больше, чем пропажа одноклассницы.
My nostrils picked up the smell of candy, tree resin, and fireworks.
Ты потеряла анкету?
Да, и кто-то сейчас читает чужие секреты.
Yes, the forest, I thought, imagining the crooked branches turning notebook pages, touching the childish handwriting with their icy twigs.
Надеюсь, ее найдут.
I was unsure whether she spoke about Katya or her notebook. I wanted to ask her about it, but then I noticed Paulina's intense stare directed at me.
Что?
Ты будто изменился.
I smoothed my hair flat, surprised.
Просто не выспался.
Last night.
Сегодня ты точно какая-то другая мелодия. Очень древняя, таинственная.
I thought about the flute's melody, streaming between the bushy treetops.
Надеюсь, ты никому не рассказал про наш вчерашний разговор?
Что ты?
She nodded as if acknowledging that she can fully trust me. I was unsure whether I merited such trust. Her hair cascaded down around her shoulders. The smell was so wonderful that it sent me flying toward the glowing stars of my inner cosmos without any magic. Biasha jumped at me like that Jack-in-the-Box toy and yelled in my ear.
Опачки! А чё это у вас за суры-мурна?
Ты чё, очкарик, Полиночку охмуряешь?
Paulina came to my help, even though I didn't ask her to. Or maybe I did, with my entire appearance.
Что за глупости? Мы просто друзья.
Твоя подружка, значит? Ходишь вместе за платьями? С этим педиком?
Fucking haters, man.
Никакой он не педик. И вообще, отвянь от Петрова.
I needed to do something, but I just sat there, clutching the edge of my desk. Romka gave me a deriding snort.
Баба тебя спасла, уродец. Живи пока.
Ugly face. That's your insult to me. My enemies left the classroom, guffawing. Paulina showed me a sad smile.
Будь сильным.
Be strong. Well, bro, I can't have you making me look bad, always standing up for me. I wanted to scream that I couldn't be strong and stand up against these bastards. I couldn't stand up for myself or anyone else. I'm pathetic. I want to disappear into the forest, dig myself into the snow. I want to go home, get under my blanket, far away from humans. Paulina left, and the thoughts that were terrorizing me finally made me weep. I stayed late after school again to escape Romka's ire from my rash act of talking to Paulina, which meant I had to drag my feet toward home in the twilight. A bored school janitor scraped a shovel against the asphalt, and the upperclassmen blew out smoke that formed clouds similar to dialogue bubbles in comics. I wanted to fill those bubbles with friendly words, but there was nothing friendly about the icy stares those guys gave me. I was leaving the unpleasant world of stale buns and nasty insults. Someone shoved me near the stairs. Didn't their parents teach them to apologize? I crossed the village and slowed my pace near the bridge. I turned my head around looking for my fox friend, but neither she nor my other new friends could be seen anywhere. I was met with the silent forest. It felt like a crouching predator, pretending to be asleep. It still watched me with one eye from under half-closed eyelids. I walked through it, my fingers gripping the back pat straps, looking at my feet through a pair of glasses. Once again, black shadows flashed among the naked trees, shouting the name of a girl who was most likely already dead, over and over. The sunset fizzled over the pine tops like a flame from a gas burner set to a minimum. I walked forward, trying to hide my head and my shoulders, avoiding the sight of the crooked trees. The house was a dark stain on the whitey snow blanket. The front door was open and swayed slightly in the wind. It felt like my skin was getting covered in rime. I clenched my fists. Darkness oozed into the hallway, and snowflakes floated inside along with it, landing softly on the rug, like a pack of vultures that sensed their food. I stepped into the doorway with the utmost caution. For a moment, I thought I heard someone talking in the kitchen, but it turned out to be a radio broadcast.
Циклон, о котором мы предупреждали, движется к региону. Завтра синоптики обещают ветер с порывами до 15 метров. МЧС призвала жителей соблюдать меры предосторожности. Дороги перекрыты. Холодная воздушная масса арктического происхождения несет с собой буран.
Self-voicing enabled.
What the fuck?
Radio. Self-voicing disabled.
Yeah, I don't want that shit. I heard voices coming from the upper floor, too. Their staircase let out a long squeak. I took one step, yet my heart managed to beat 6 or 7 times in the meantime. The door to my parents' bedroom was ajar. A shadow play unfolded inside a light spot. Black silhouettes were performing a dance of hatred. Mom hissed at Dad, her wrist flying toward the ceiling, and he towered over her, his hands crossed on his huge chest.
Мы все в опасности. И все из-за тебя. И не ври, ты видел его в поселке. Он вычислил, где мы живем.
Это был не он!
Я читала в газетах, на что способны твои дружки.
I ran toward my bedroom. My parents were in the middle of another quarrel where they showered each other with mutual accusations. Dad let out a low, beast-like roar.
Пусть они прекратят.
Olya stood in the corridor, pressing her little palms against her ears. Her face, swollen from crying, made my skin freeze.
Что случилось?
Они разведутся.
I hugged my sister and held her tight. My tongue refused to listen to my commands, to look for excuses. I felt like the screams were coming from every direction, right and left, up and down, splitting my head apart. Swear words rained down on us, so we covered our heads with our hands like refugees running from a bombing.
Я хочу уйти.
В свою комнату.
Нет. Дальше. Отведи меня в Небыляндию. Ты обещал.
I carefully unglued Olya's hands from her ears and led her away from the room with our parents, which was vibrating with malice.
Из-за тебя!
Ради кого?
In moments like these, I despise them more than they despised each other. I bolted down the door to my room and leaned against it. My knees gave way.
Послушай, Оля, мне тоже здесь плохо.
Ты хотя бы в школу ходишь.
I let out a sad laugh.
Эта школа кошмар. Меня там все ненавидят. Только одна девочка надо мной не смеется. Зато жалеет, как побитого пса.
Yeah.
Ты не пес. Ты...
Я не понимаю, кто я. Но там, снаружи, ничем не лучше, чем в доме.
Где же лучше? Давай пойдем туда. Полетим, поплывем.
Если б можно было, я бы все на свете отдал, чтобы уйти и забрать тебя с собой.
Olya's upper lip trembled.
Клянешься?
I put on a bitter smile.
Чтоб мне умереть.
Something hit the window's ledge on the outside. Olya shuddered and shifted her gaze toward it. Bam! Another snowball smacked in the window's frame.
Ты ждешь кого-то?
I didn't reply. Instead, I let go of her wrist. Olya wept in fear. The fuck, are they in the house? I crossed the room, wincing from every shout coming from my parents. I could hear plates getting smashed now. They must have moved their argument to the kitchen. I flung the curtains and the window open. Hootie, Teddy, Wolfie, and most importantly, the charming Elisa stood outside waving at us. Olya gasped in surprise when she saw the owl girl.
Я же говорила!
Да, знаю, я тебе всегда верил.
они?
Her fearful voice also had some curiosity mixed in.
Чтобы в такую погоду дома сидеть, надо быть очень скучными детьми.
У нас столько игр неигранных.
It's the middle of the night, though.
Давайте только не во все игры играть, а то у меня лапка болит. По чуть-чуть, и потом отдохнем.
Друзья!
Выходите скорее играть и танцевать!
My heart started beating faster as soon as I saw Elisa. My inner voice practically screamed, "She's here. She's finally here."
А они знают, как попасть в Небыляндию?
I entertained that possibility, looking at the animal kids.
Может быть, пойдем и узнаем.
The silhouettes of my forest friends promised to free us from sadness, anger, and nightly horrors. I made sure that Oya wore warm clothes. Mom barked at Dad like he was a wild beast from that show with Nikolai Drostov. What do we got? Zoologist, traveler, popular. He's like our Steve Irwin. We sneaked past the rumbling kitchen and into the snowfall outside. Elisa ran up to me and hugged me tight, poking her cold nose into my neck. How is a mask cold? I mean, I guess they're outside, so... This has got to be old girl, right? Paulina?
Как же долго! Пока мы вас домоседов ждали, то чуть не состарились.
She pressed her body into me even harder.
Оказывается, ждать так утомительно.
Are these all of our friends? Like all the guys that bully me? Just at the end of the night, it's not them? I don't know.
Фу, дайте хоть минуточку в себя прийти.
Однажды я тоже долго собиралась. А когда закончила, то и вовсе забыла куда.
Oya looked at the owl with suspicion. But she still giggled when the bird did a backflip and landed perfectly on her feet without staggering. All the other animals, as if on cue, stopped fooling around and stared at Oya in amazement.
Это же та девочка, что не хотела со мной дружить.
Меня зовут Оля. Раньше я просто тебя боялась.
Тебя испугала наша совушка?
Может быть, у нее совофобия?
А это лечится?
Главное, чтобы ребенок не боялся веселиться.
Something feels really dark about them. Like they're gonna get us out there and fuck us both up or something.
Иначе с нами можно умереть от страха.
I was stunned at the realization that my lips were slowly forming a smile. Every time I met Elisa, it felt like I crossed a river and the sound of flowing water suppressed all of my negative thoughts.
Какие у вас красивые костюмы!
The fox girl let go of me and squatted beside Oya.
О, какая очаровашка! Антоша, почему ты прятал от нас это милое создание раньше?
Fuck. I glanced at the house, worried that our parents might have seen us and were about to ruin our fun like they always do. Then hugged my sister and replied,
Давайте отойдем подальше.
Запросто! Оля, а ты знаешь, как найти в нашем лесу Деда Мороза?
So he's basically Santa Claus. My little sister's eyes widened.
Как?
How?
Нужно идти по сладкой тропинке.
Elisa bent down and took a candy out of the snow. Oya raised her hands in amazement. Yeah, this feels like a fucked up Hansel and Gretel situation or something like that, like a fairy tale thing. She gave me an inquiring look. I nodded. My sister munched on the candy.
У нас что, в лесу завелся Дед Мороз? Почему? Ты мне не рассказывала.
Я рассказывала. Сегодня днем.
Но ведь днем я сплю.
Ага. Вот я и рассказывала, пока ты спала.
Little fucking good that does me, Elisa. Dumbass. Oya went after her without thinking and laughed after taking another candy out of the snow pile.
Вы такие бодрые, на вас аж смотреть противно.
А ты давай не зевай.
I get that. I mean, people that are overly optimistic all the time annoy me too. It's like the ain't shit sweet.
Лучше беги с нами к Деду Морозу, пока все подарки не разобрали.
Скажешь тоже. Скорее уж мне на голову свалится 3 кило конфет, чем я поверю в байки лисицы.
When the Mansion sweet started raining down on the bear's head, I couldn't stop myself from laughing at him. Ouch. And bobbing his head up and down. Tasty treats glistened in the snow. Teddy sneezed and pulled a little bear in the north candy out of his ear.
Я бы вздремнул часок, а уж потом пересчитал все эти шоколадки. У меня такое подозрение, что тут не больше килограмма.
Elisa shouted at us from the other side of the forest.
Не в этой жизни! Давайте скорее! Дед Мороз уже заждался нас во дворце!
I shrugged and ran. Running loosened the grip of fear I felt all this time. Something round whizzed past my temple. I decided it was a snowball, but then Oya proclaimed, Zephyr, a type of soft confectionery popular made by whipping fruit and berry puree with sugar and egg whites. It's a dessert.
Не подбирай, он
Don't pick it
испачкался.
up, it's dirty.
Ты что, веришь в микробов?
Well, yeah.
А ты нет?
Раньше верила.
Graceful rows of colossal pines greeted us with their rustling paws. Snow drifted upward into the endless black sky just like the last time. Snow piles lighted up like melted silver.
Как же красиво! А я думала, в лесу страшно.
Нас родители пугали лесом, снегом и совой. Ну а мы с собой играли в снежной чаще под луной.
I did my best to keep track of Oya's movements, but it was a difficult task. My sister would jump inside bushes, picking up more candy, only to then get back to the trail, laughing. Hootie flew over our heads, landing on a branch, and started hooting and shaking her head. Wolfie dug in the snow with his face, dragged out of a pile of bubblegum and swallowed it without taking off the wrapping.
У тебя будет несварение.
The wolf got scared and spat out the gumball.
Враки, злые собаки. Нет никаких несварений. Вся эта чушь случается только со взрослыми.
Elisa stopped in her tracks and moved a canopy of intertwined branches to the side in a pompous manner, like you would open the curtains at a theater. Behind that obstacle lay a clearing. There stood an ice castle, glistening with silver. This is almost like a dark, grim version of Peter Pan, because they keep mentioning adults.
О, это все взаправду?
Защипнуть тебя.
Не надо ее щипать.
We stared at the sparkling miracle. Its towers and walls were made of snow and icy marble. I heard a calming sound of ringing little bells. There was also the smell of chocolate and burnt sugar in the air.
Милости прошу к нашему шалашу.
She didn't have to invite us twice. We entered the castle, spinning around and squinting from the blinding sparkles. This would be so fucking off-putting for me. I would not be following these fucks, especially not now. That thing's creepy as shit. Grandpa Frost sat atop a shiny throne. Puffy pom-poms swung atop the two peaks of his hat. A snow-white beard covered his kind smile. He looked just like I imagined him back in the day when I still believed in Mom's fairy tales. Tall, strong, and hairy, radiating frost and warmth at the same time. And his voice, low and syrupy, enveloped me like the smoke of a festive bonfire.
Антон и Ольга! Ох, и намучились же вы, ребятки, пока сюда добирались.
Что ты, дедушка? Мы быстро дошли.
My sister spoke with the castle's master like she never spoke with adults, in a lively, carefree manner, as if they were the same age.
Знаю, все знаю. Мне мои друзья докладывают, кто был покладистым весь год, того подарок утром ждет. А кто ленился и грустил, пускай он дедушку простит. Лентяем и грустяем конфет не запасаем.
А я не ленилась.
It said encounter. I think it meant it won't counter. It's another
И о
translation
том
thing.
знаю.
He gave us a long, evaluating look. His real face was hidden under the Grandpa Frost mask. I was standing there, unblinking, my gaze glued to the old man. And that's another thing, they're all wearing masks. They're probably evil as fuck, tricking us with masks. This is probably some Russian folk tale. I could accept children living in the forest and fantastical jumps toward the moon, but seeing Grandpa Frost in his frozen castle left me completely speechless.
Есть у меня для вас кое-что особенное.
A sack appeared in his giant hand. My nostrils got attacked by the aroma of cocoa, halva, and tangerines.
Спасибо, но мы...
Confectionery that originated from Persia, thick paste made from flour, saffron. I couldn't tell you what that smells like. It's another dessert. Thank you, but we've eaten some candy. All right. Grandpa Frost pierced me with his eyes.
Разве то конфеты были? Так, одно название. Вот у меня конфеты волшебные, прямиком из Небыляндии привезенные.
Из Небыляндии?
Сразу бы вам их дал, заслужили. Но есть правила. Надобно вам 3 дедушкины загадки отгадать. Попробуйте.
I tried splitting my parched lips apart, but Oyo was the first to reply.
Да!
Тогда слушайте первую. В нем живут машины и хранятся шины.
I looked around at the masked children. They stood without moving in the corners, but their shadows danced on the walls. I heard a low hum, and in my confusion, I thought it was the sound of their rumbling stomachs. They're gonna eat us?
Гараж!
Верно.
That's what I was thinking too.
Теперь вторая загадка.
You try to solve it
Подключайся,
too,
Антон.
Anton.
Весь день ходит, как тень, посудой гремит, на всех шипит.
Cats? My eyebrows shut up in confusion.
Мама?
Можно я? Это кошка!
Верно! Хо-хо! Осталась последняя загадка и
Нет,
подарки
cat.
ваши. Только вот незадача, ребятушки. Запамятовал я, о чем же была эта загадка. А может, наши друзья-зверята нам подскажут?
Children in costumes surrounded us, laughing and stomping, only to start spinning in a crazed roundelay that somewhat reminded me of the dance under my window on that fateful night.
Дед Мороз сидит на
Grandpa Frost
полу,
sits on the
пряча в бороду снежок. Не томи нас слишком долго, развяжи скорей.
Мешок!
Grandpa Frost burst out laughing, satisfied.
Убедили старика. Получайте.
He scattered a mountain of sweets from his scarlet sack, some of which I had never seen in the commercials before. Bubblegum of all shapes and colors with tasty aromas and inserts sticking out. Lollipops the size of a fist and tangerines the size of Oya's head. And also Snickers, Mars, Bounty Bars, and Kinder Surprise eggs that we haven't eaten for so long already.
Ой, спасибо!
I wiped away the tears of joy with my sleeve when my inner voice persuaded me to get rid of all doubts. This is exactly what I wanted for my sister and myself. Wilkie May, Twixie. Yikes, I don't know about that one. The true Neverland without bullying and taboos. We're finally going to be happy. Grandpa Frost straightened up as he left his throne and threw his hands in the air above the over the treats. Yikes. Animals that stood to the sides also raised their paws. Their eyes sparkled brighter than precious gems. The wolf's maw was wet with saliva.
Да будет пир на весь мир!
Yo. Okay. Animal kids rushed to devour candy one by one, pushing each other and growling. Their faces were smeared with something dark. Oya grabbed the closest candy and tore off the wrapper. This is gonna be fucking dark, isn't it? I fished out the most tasty looking candy from the pile of sweets on the floor. Then took a bite. Milk chocolate melted in my mouth.
С выбором вас поздравляю! Веселитесь в этот час! Я желания исполняю, сокровенные для вас!
Антон, смотри!
My sister's face was smeared in chocolate, and I was about to reprimand her, but words got stuck in my throat. A giant spruce shot toward the stars and disappeared somewhere in the outer space, crowned by a giant moon. Giant balls shined on its branches, garlands of lights, gleamed with all colors of the rainbow. The roof disappeared and the myriads of constellations sprawled onto the night sky above us. Music, laughter, the smell of evergreen and sweets. And Teddy, Wolfie, and Booty dancing beside us. and the snowflakes floating backward. I burst out laughing, touched the bush of golden tinsel. It was all real.
Это что? Это она?
She looks evil as fuck. Sinister.
А вы тут не про Небылендию случайно говорите?
Это и есть Небыляндия?
Melissa performed a theatric bow. Christmas balls gleamed and shimmered, and my soul shimmered in unison with them. I was becoming the magic winter forest, the soft evergreen, all of the constellations at the same time.
Добро пожаловать домой.
This is where my home always was. The snow sparkled almost blindingly. Olya started spinning in a dance. She grabbed a candy with each of her hands. Wolfie juggled Kinder Surprise eggs.
Ты видел?
Consoles, handheld games, dolls, and transformer figures lay under the spruce as if they were brought here by trucks.
Это все наше!
I realized I was also dancing, so I replied while moving.
Многовато для нас одних. Я бы поделился с кем-нибудь. А ты?
Ну, если с кем-то хорошим.
A group of children stood at the edge of the woods, their enchanted gazes directed at our celebration.
Эй!
I jumped across the whole clearing and glided into the ground near them.
Хотите с нами?
Можно?
Спрашивайте.
The kids took each other by the hand. I led their procession toward the gifts. There was no better feeling than leading someone on the road to their dreams. The holiday party was finally in full swing. And every holiday, just like in a beautiful apple, always sat a nasty little worm called transients. Transients? Yet here, under the bristly paws of a magnificent spruce, holidays never ended.
Ты счастлив, Тоша?
Я счастлив!
Up in the sky, majestic fireworks went off, illuminating my eyes wetted, my muscles sprung up. I tilted my head backward to look at the moon and screamed at the top of my lungs from overflowing emotion.
Ты счастлив, зайчик?
I jumped toward the stars and did a flip. All of Neverland could hear my scream.
Счастлив!
So this is a Christmas game? For the first time in the long days I'd spent in the new house, I woke up with a smile on my face. This time, happiness had a tight grip on me. I stretched, enjoying the sweet sensation with every cell of my body. Outside, I could hear the joyful chirping of beautiful red-chested bullfinches who celebrated the bright January sun. Their chirping granted me hope that the naked forest outside my window would someday turn into a lush paradise for my parents and my little sister. The corridor was filled with dog barks and the patter of tiny feet. The door to my bedroom flew open, greeting me with a warm breeze and the aroma of freshly made coffee. Olya stood in the doorway, shining with happiness, holding the cute Zholka, who wiggled both her body and her tail.
Тоша, гляди! Папа разрешил ей остаться!
Tears of joy formed in my little sister's eyes.
У меня теперь есть собака!
I couldn't help but jump up from bed upon hearing this wonderful news.
Да ведь это же Жулька!
Сам ты жулька! Ее зовут принцесса! Да, ваше высочество?
Dog barked in agreement.
Тук-тук. Можно к вам?
my complete surprise, Dad stepped through the doorway, smiling and hugging Mom, which was outright bizarre.
Как тебе пополнение? Мне эта дуреха под колеса бросилась, еле вырулил. Машину поцарапал, думал, голыми руками удавлю. А заглянул ей в глаза. Они такие, как бы сказать...
Умные.
Во! А сама дрожит вся. Ну, говорю, ладно, доедешь со мной до дома и сиденье не обгадишь, тогда оставайся.
Принцессы не гадят.
Relaxed and innocent, just like the old days when every little thing could easily make us burst out laughing.
Чего замолчал? Давай, продолжай.
Mom gave Dad a cunning look and he turned away, red as a beet. They were acting like total kids.
А еще из хороших новостей, ваш папа получил повышение. Грешно, конечно, радоваться, ведь старший бухгалтер пропал все-таки. Но, как говорится, нет худа без добра.
Это значит, тебя чаще не будет дома?
Это значит двойную надбавку плюс премии.
Правильно, Карина. Так что готовьтесь, на следующей неделе нас всех ждет семейное путешествие.
My heart started beating faster after those words.
Куда?
Oya even loosened her grip on the stray.
Неужели в Макдональдс?
Oh my god.
Скажешь тоже, Оль. Бери выше! Мы давно уже планировали эту поездку, да все не получалось.
Вы уж простите нас, ребятки.
Mom wiped away a tear with her fist.
Да ладно тебе, Карин. Все в прошлом. В общем, собирайте чемоданы, летим в Диснейленд!
My sister and I jumped up to the ceiling with joy. The dog also got excited from that passionate speech and joined us.
Ура! Диснейленд! Диснейленд!
A jubilant scream filled the house, rushed through the attic and the drain pipes, flew across the front yard and sneaked into the shining white forest, taking the scary D word away with it. I swore that I'll remember this day forever, the day my parents finally dropped their derisive masks, and underneath them were the faces of parents who always knew and loved. Lilia Pavlovna still hadn't returned to school after Katia went missing, so today I was able to get a good night's sleep and went to school when it was already bright outside. The trail led to a snow-white plain with the blackened houses in the background. They pumped out gray smoke that carried the smell of birch and pine logs. The freezing cold of the night had finally let up. It fell into slumber under the early sunlight. Ice sparkles appeared to white caps atop the houses. I stopped, confident that nobody could spoil my good mood today. Not even my personal tormentor, Pyatfanov, or his nasty crony, Byasha. Not even the shining knife that threatened to cut me up like a dead fish. Not even the mix of disdain and pity in Paulina's rare glances. All of that was left in the past, forgotten like a bad dream. All of that was gone forever. A cow let out a long moo somewhere in the distance. I don't think it's gone forever, brother. You got good news. That's all. I fell out of my fleeting daydream and walked forward, crunchy with the snow blanket under my soles. Fluffy clouds floated above my head. I recognized the friendly shapes of animals, kids, and men. Suddenly, a snowball landed on the back of my head. Girlish laughter that reminded me of a small ringing bell, and the spring breeze tickled my ears. I turned around expecting to see her, my lovely guide into the dream world, my dear Elisa. Yet instead of a fox girl, Paulina stood on the trodden path behind me, her fateful violin case in hand.
Опять Петров ворон считаешь?
She lunged at me with contagious laughter, locking her arms around my neck. I just stood there in awe, drowning in the sweet aroma of her perfume.
Что с тобой?
She flashed me an embarrassed smile. I saw her cornflower-colored eyes gleam.
Дедушка мой, он снова может ходить, представляешь? В это даже сельский врач не верил, а он будто назло ему встал и пошел. О, это самый счастливый день в моей жизни, Антон!
She dug her face deep into my chest, tightened her grip on my neck as if it was more than just a friend to her. I stared, looking around, anxious.
Полина, нас могут увидеть.
Из-за Пятифанова беспокоишься? Брось ты это дело, его и след простыл.
Dan, is he missing too? There's something dark going on with these fucking woodland critters. I cautiously parted with Paulina, trying to understand whether it was some sort of prank or the truth.
Ну ты чего, не веришь, что ли? К нам вчера, буквально ночью, старший лейтенант Тихонов приезжал. Так и так, Бяша потерялся, а вместе с ним и дружок его Ромка.
A group of skiers glided past us straight into the forest. Paulina leaned into my ear, sharing her whisper with me, her eyes still locked on the skiers.
Как я поняла, во всех этих исчезновениях Тихонов подозревает Пятифанова.
Да ладно.
Я сама в шоке. По слухам, у Ромки того. Совсем шарики за ролики заехали. Да я, в принципе, и не удивлена.
Что ты имеешь в виду?
А ты не знал? Он из проблемной семьи. Даже думать не хочу, что творилось у них дома.
Romka always seemed excessively aggressive to me, always angry at everyone without a good reason. Now, the darkness that he harbored within overflowed into the outside world and led multiple small innocent souls to their demise, as well as his own. It was hard to believe, but the first time I laid my eyes on Romka, I thought that things would end this way.
Пойдем скорее, а то опоздаем.
Paulina grabbed my hand and started running along the village road, accompanied by joyful laughter. With every step, every laugh, and every joke, the warmth I thought I'd forgotten enveloped my heart more and more. Then, all-consuming feeling of falling in love came back to me, this time for good, it seemed. I tried letting go of Paulina's hand near the classroom entrance, embarrassed that our classmates might taunt us. But it was as if Paulina didn't care at all. She only gripped my palm even harder while opening the door. And she was right. Now that cunning Katia, the heartless Romka, and the sneering Biasha were all gone, our class looked as if it was sanitized from parasites. It became friendlier and kinder. I didn't get looks overflowing with hatred anymore. There was nobody to spit a ball of chewed paper at me through an empty shell of a ball pen. I sat at my lonely desk when Paulina joined me. I wasn't surprised at all. She was so charming that I could call her my muse. A wave of inspiration hit me and I couldn't help but put my sketchbook out of my bag. Pull. I licked the pencil lead, my eyes glued to my model. She smiled at me again.
Что ты задумал?
Спокойствие. Работает профессионал.
I drafted the shape of her mesmerizing figure.
Знаешь, я часто наблюдал за тобой отсюда.
She glanced at her former desk, then fixed a strand of her hair behind her ear in embarrassment.
Правда?
I outlined her cute cheeks with multiple wide lines. It was the first time I was able to grasp somebody's proportions so precisely.
Полина.
Что, Антон?
She froze in place, afraid of disrupting my work with one wrong move and dispelling the magic of the moment.
Наклонись, пожалуйста, сюда. Вот так, да, хорошо.
Choking from anxiousness, Paulina loosened the knot on her neckerchief.
Я всегда хотел тебя нарисовать.
Our eyes met.
О, Антон.
What the fuck is this now? My pencil slid across the paper furiously, adding the shading to her chest.
Скажи, ты согласна стать героиней моего комикса?
Pleasant shivers ran across her body. She rolled her eyes back, enraptured. Is this like a sex thing now? What the fuck is going on?
Да! Да! Как долго я ждала этих слов, милый!
The lead couldn't endure all of the tension and cracked, bursting into a million tiny pieces. I couldn't believe my eyes when I looked at the drawing. I was looking at a terrible job. The place where Pony's face was just a second ago now rested some sort of formless mess. It took me some time to realize that I was sitting alone in an empty classroom, with only the specks of dust flying in the moonlight as my company. It was dark outside. My classmates, Paulina, the feeling of euphoria, all of them were gone. Somebody wrote down a nursery rhyme on the blackboard with a piece of chalk. Some of the words were wiped out, and I could only read bits and pieces. 1, 2, bunny, meat. I was no longer smirking like an idiot. I stood up, pinched myself on the wrist. A ringing silence engulfed me. There was a taste of vomit in my mouth, and my ears buzzed like from an endless scream full of despair and horror.
Эй, кто-нибудь!
This fucking school is abandoned. What the hell? Shadows swarmed in the corridor. I walked past boarded up classrooms, past the rotten spots on the walls and silvery cobwebs. Spiders crawled under the ceiling. Lamps flickered anxiously. I stopped before the notice board, stunned. Hundreds of new photos were added to those of Simeon and Katia. Black and white printouts were glued on top of each other. A horrific collage of childish faces stared at me with empty eye sockets. Unable to endure the torturing stares of those watchful, gaping holes, I ran out of the school. I crossed the front yard and reached the road where the wind was whipping up powdery snow. No people, no cars, no birds. Low clouds got stuck in chimneys. Windows that looked like they were painted over with ink. Photos of missing people enveloped lampposts and fences like paper skin. Mostly kids, but some adults too. I felt like all the people who once lived in this village now became black and white ghosts in the photos with a person missing label. I dragged my feet forward along the dead street. Some houses had their windows smashed. The wind made itself at home there, wandering the rooms. Every gust made the front doors swing. Kids' coats hung from the fences, their sleeves moved, stretched out toward me. An empty village, an empty husk. What happened here? An open waste bin rumbled across the back alley. Something flashed inside the window frame of the charred village store. I ran away from its city facade, then heard a guttural roar coming from the well. I started walking faster, trying not to pay any mind of the darkness inside the front yards, inside the bloody doghouses, inside the crooked shacks. The moon appeared from under the clouds. Something twirled in my head in this draining silence. As if a crop duster flew from one roof to another, a huge shadow loomed over me. I rushed to the right, hoping that I wasn't noticed. The small greenhouse in front of me was my shelter. I pushed the gate, crouched, and scampered toward the porch. Is Anton schizophrenic or something? That's why Mom gives him medicine every day? But he said they were vitamins. I tugged at the doorknob. The front door was open. That's her grandpa's wheelchair, I bet. A wheelchair rolled out of the darkness, almost hitting me, tumbled down the stairs, clanging with its wheels, and stopped near an apple tree. I followed it with round eyes and turned my gaze inside the house again. What the fuck's going on in this game right now, though? Turn my gaze inside the house. The portal was obscured by the dark, empty frames on the walls. Oh, I took that, didn't I? Glass shards on the floor.
Есть тут кто?
I heard growling in reply. From around the corner at the end of the corridor, a furry paw appeared after it, a scary beast face with a pair of burning eyes. A huge, overweight beast crawled out on its belly, writhing like a snake. It could barely fit inside the corridor's mouth. It squeezed forward, clawing at the floorboards. Its maws clanged like bear traps inches from my face. The beast got stuck. Banged its paws on the walls, spitting saliva in every direction. Turned around, needed to get the hell out of this nightmare. A hunchback owl, bigger than an average human, landed near the front gate and stood in my way. Its beak kept on clicking. The snow piled. The bulbs nearby, and something reminiscent of a giant shrew crawled out to the outside. I fell on my knees as if praying to these eldritch creatures. A figure draped in a dirty fox scalp walked and crawled out of the dark hole, smiling with all its teeth. Its tail dragged after it, just a piece of vertebrae laced in twice and ooze. The creatures' bodies became extremely distorted, and I decided I was going insane. They seemed small to me in one moment, as small as a child, only to stretch higher than the window of the desolate house in the next. The ant-eating creatures towered over me. Something kept on riding their stomachs as if looking for a way out. The longer they stared at me, the wider they twisted smiles, their death mask became.
Как же славно мы пировали!
The mutilated fox taxied in the mouth and licked its lips. Its tongue looked like a black centipede longer than my forearm. A nasty insect ran between the razor-sharp teeth and dropped into the bottomless pit that could swallow the whole world.
Сладкое мясо! Сочное мясо!
Cows don't have teeth.
Как мы жрали, так и будем впредь!
Stop. That's Allie? I mean, that's Teddy. There's nothing more about this bitch. It was all just animalistic growls and bird pipe voices. But I was able to understand every word as if we were speaking the same language.
Как жаль, что ты не поспел за нами, зайчик. Не смог укусить луну. Вы обидали меня, предатели! Ты сам не захотел есть свою семью. Но... Жалкое мясо, никчемное мясо. Вот ты ничтожен, братец. Меня тебя тошнит. Позор! Позор! черед нести угощение. Дармоед. Пусть исполнит предназначение. К завтрашней ночи ждем места, а иначе... Иначе...
What the fuck do they mean bring economy? He's gonna eat me?
Иначе мы съедим всю твою семью!
The monsters formed a circle around me and started dancing.
Для медведя, для лисы. Зайчик кушать принеси.
Desperate cry, my cry.
Принесу! Принесу! Принесу!
Circle broke up and I ran for my life. I thought I was going into a snow trap. I had this split ugly dance inside it. The light crawled over and It flapped their wings, opened up those curtains, and salivating walls.
3, 4.
They howled and jumped around, and my eardrums were ready to pop. Either from the screams or from the internal pressure that fractured my skull from my winter hat obscured my vision, and it seemed like the whole sky tilted by the roof that's about to collapse. Snow crumbled from the sky like plaster. I ran through the empty streets, through the icy world, chased by a pack of beasts. Yet I couldn't see anybody when I turned around. I shut my eyes and hopped away from the ritual dance that went on inside my floating mind. I squeezed my ears in my palms and I pressed the nerves. I just wanted to stop my head from cracking open. The sunrise found me deep inside the forest. I'm so lost on what's happening in this right now. Oh, that's it? Damn. There's no more? All right, well, I didn't expect to be reading that whole game, to be honest with you. I thought they would be talking. I'll let me know if you guys are going to like that style, or if you'd rather me just play it quietly. Because I plan on doing more visual novel games, but let me know in the comments, man. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Leave a like, subscribe, don't do that. It is what it is. I'll catch you in the next one. Have a night, guys.